escucha bien, oye lo que me pasó.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anoche salí a Cacarico y tuve un descontrol. Le di toda la noche a lo trago y sin querer tomé demasiado. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Y tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley.
Oye, escúchame bien. Este ganón el que te habla. El más tiguerazo de Gerudo Valley.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anoche salí a Cacarico y tuve un descontrol. Le di toda la noche a lo trago y sin querer tomé demasiado. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Y tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley.
Oye, escúchame bien. Este ganón el que te habla. El más tiguerazo de Gerudo Valley. Mamá huevazo. caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. ¡Ay, ay! ¡Ay, ay! El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano.
Con Ganon me di 2 palos y Ganon se dio un palito y ahora yo estoy montado en su caballito.
El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano.
Hacer la muevo en el caballito.
El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. ¡Ay, ay! ¡Ay, ay! El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano.
Con Ganon me di 2 palos y Ganon se dio un palito y ahora yo estoy montado en su caballito.
El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano.
Hacer la muevo en el caballito.
El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano. El caballito de gano, el caballito de gano.
Hello everybody, how we doing, y'all? Hello, I'm Idaho. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, fat guy named Tiny. Hello, very knifey duck. Hello, one-hand wonder. Hello, material squirrel. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, spectral pyre. Hello, gamer G. Hello, snuggle kitten. Hello, Vox and Socks. Hello, Solazar. Hello, punky gal. My goodness, there are so many of you here today. Hello, gamer G. And congratulations on your first Pride coming up. It's exciting. Mine was last year. How we all doing? Oh, very knifey duck. Thank you for gifting fat guy named
Gotta
Tiny
get
a
to the
sub.
white names early.
True. True. Gotta get those white names out. Also, hi. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think we've been getting like a lot of troll follows recently, which is disappointing. But or people are just continuing to shit talk me, but I don't know which one it is. Either way, we're irritatingly three follows farther away from hitting our goal for Twitch than we were yesterday, and that is only frustrating because I like big round numbers. Struggling to figure out how to install the Millionaire mod on Minecraft. I wish I could help. I'm terrible with mods. Doing good. Had a bed rest day, and you're excited for stream? Yo, I'm glad you had a bed rest day. I hope you got very valuable rest. And Fat Guy Tiny, congratulations on no longer being a white name. So time to make alt accounts? No, silly. That's for free games. Sponsorships. I kid. LB. Fuck! Indeed. Well said. Which reminds me, I need to take additional steps so that I can I need to verify the sponsorship that I'm supposed to be doing this week. I just keep forgetting to do it. LB! Congrats on no longer being a white name. And look at us. We're at 73 subs out of 100 for Spirit Science Deep Dive. I think we might be able to make it today. Ugh. It's okay, I'm safe now. It's true. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. It's true. 27 more subs, and then we can learn about the horrible anti-Semitism of spirit science. I don't know why that is an incentive for you people, but it apparently is. There we go. Popped out the YouTube chat, so every, I don't know, 3 hours I can look at it. Tara Reade, initials, TR. Backwards, that reads RT. Oh shit, Vijo! You're cracking this case wide open. This case of Bud Light. We crave the crazy? Well, you are in good company, because we are gonna be doing that. Yawners? Is that what Dave Chappelle was going on about with his Space Jews line? I have no idea. I haven't watched Dave Chappelle, so I don't know what the context was. I need to get water, because I just realized I don't have it over here. But a reminder, folks, for the duration of stream, every 5 subs, you get to gift my dog with a treat. Okay? With a T-R-E-A-T. And she needs them today because she's going in for surgery tomorrow. Actually, scratch that. She can't have treats because it's after 8 p.m. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Well, okay. You missed your window to eat. You gosh darn dog. Can't have anything in that belly. Because they gotta put drugs in you. It's gonna be scary. Give her one anyway? No, she has to go. She has to be put under like general anesthesia. So she's gonna be like, you know, dealing with some things that could kill her. I'm not gonna give her a treat anyway. Yeah. But she wants one so bad? Well, that's too bad. I want her to be alive after her surgery more than I want her to have one. Stop trying to convince me to kill my dog. Hi, anarcho-capitalist bitch. How you doing? She's not gonna die? You guys know that, like, general anesthesia can easily kill a creature, right? Like also people? Okay. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Congrats on getting that issue sorted out. I'm tired, anarcho-capitalist bitch. I'm tired. Man, I ran around town all day today, and I almost took a nap. That nap would have been glorious. I know, congrats on not having a white name anymore, Catalina. Your headphones look like fried eggs. On the inside, yeah. Too much water. I'm like, my body. Hey, Jack, we're thirsty. You should drink some water. Me, a dumb idiot, drinks water. My body, that was too much water. God damn it. How we doing? Yo, Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 5
Catalina
gifted
Gearbox
tier 1 subs.
Gifted *5 tier 1 subscriptions.
I really appreciate that. Hot diggity damn. Well, okay. Okay. Damn, I should have made a should have done my makeup for how you guys are whining and dining me. Sheesh. All right. Okay, first I just wanted to say hats off to the ingenious engineers of Tears of the Kingdom. You guys just keep getting better and better at creating wonderful works of art. Like, just incredible machines that whisk you to the farthest corners of the land. And I want to highlight some of my favorites. You know? So I came across this creation, and I just think the elegance of it is sublime. Just, god damn. What a powerful message. Artistic and functional. Jesus Christ. God. He's so happy. I like the positioning of the arms. The rocking of the entire structure precariously. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. And that's it. That's the only creation I really wanted to highlight. Is that fucking Plank from Ed, Edd and Eddy? Well, in Ed, Edd and Eddy, he had to contain himself, okay? And now, yes, he is fucking Plank. Okay, and look, I don't know what to make about this chat. Let's see. I'm sure someone will be able to find it for me. The clip, but I don't know where it is. Now, hello, Irked. I don't know what to make of this story, chat. Just to be 100% honest with you, keeping it 100. Okay. Okay. Apparently, Tara Reade, the woman who came forward with sexual assault allegations regarding Joe Biden, has formally announced that she has defected to Russia. During a press conference held in Russia with Maria Butina, who gained notoriety during the the Russiagate scandal. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this, chat. Yeah. Russian media announces that Biden accuser Tara Reade is now in Russia. Russian spy Marina Butina is helping her get citizenship. This is via Sputnik. Tara Reade, a U.S. citizen, writer, ex-assistant to Joe Biden, who has recently arrived in Russia, told Sputnik she no longer feels safe in Biden's America, adding that many Americans are ready to follow in her footsteps. Press X to doubt. Still kind of in a daze a bit, but I feel very good, Reade told Sputnik. I feel very surrounded by protection and safety, and I just really so appreciate Maria Butina and everyone who's been giving me that at a time when it's been very difficult to know if I'm safe or not. I just didn't want to walk home and walk into a cage or be killed, which is basically my two choices. The decision to go to Russia was very difficult. I'm not an impulsive person. I really take my time and sort of analyze data points. And from what I could see, based on the cases and based on what was happening, and sort of the push for them to not want me to testify, I felt that this election is gearing up and there's so much at stake. I'm almost better off here and just being safe. My dream is to live in both places, but it may be that I only live in this place, and that's okay. Yeah. So she's alleging that the Biden administration was going to arrest her if she stayed in the US or have her like black bagged. Because they didn't want her to testify. I don't think she has an active court case, chat. I don't think she has an active case against Joe Biden. And also, I don't think there's been no threats on her life as far as I'm aware. The last I heard of her, she was being given a medal by like some US-based communist organization run by Caleb Maupin. And then she like did a media tour on like with right-wing media and Tucker Carlson. And I don't know exactly what's going on there, but it does seem really weird that she was just able to yeet herself off to Russia. That seems deeply weird. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I'm wondering if perhaps the entire time she was a Russian, like on like Russia's payroll, maybe, to like make the allegations that she did in 2020. 2020? Yeah, 2020. Did you not hear about Russia creating conservative towns for American conservatives defecting to Russia? No. What? Please link me an article on that. Please. I want to know what Russia thinks conservative towns look like. Is it like a Norman Rockwell painting? Come again? Well, if you insist, I play the Tears of the Kingdom clip again. Look at this high quality bunny, though. This is nice. I like thinking about this instead of, like, weird political maneuvering. Potemkin villages? Yeah. Banui. Bun bun banui. Banui. Bun bun banui. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom, how are you doing? Okay, what is this? Russia may build a village for American conservatives. Plans are in place to build a village in the Moscow region for conservative Americans and Canadians. The Kremlin-backed RIA Novosti news agency on Thursday reported on the community that caters to expatriates with traditional values, writing that construction is expected to begin next year. While Russia is at odds with the U.S. government, especially in regards to the war in Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin has taken up causes favored by many Western conservatives. He has signed legislation that restricts LGBTQ rights and enjoyed a closer relationship with former President Donald Trump than Trump's Democratic successor to the White House. Man, this is just fucking crazy. Beslangarov reportedly said traditional Catholics are among the 200 families from the United States and Canada that are looking to move to the Russia village because they very strongly believe in the prophecy that Russia will remain the only Christian country in the world. What? Wait a minute. I was pretty deep in evangelical politics, and I do not remember hearing that one. Hey, Chloe, how you doing? Hello. I really hope American conservatives take them up on their offer. Yeah, they can be conscripted into the Russian war effort. I'm sure it'll go well for them. Yeah, no, Cicero Fields, she's been, Tara Reade has been, like, basically, like, walked through the entire process by Maria Butina, which is wild. Is this the Tara Reade bullshit? Oh, it is? Yeah. I don't know really what to make of it, except that it's very likely that her accusations against Joe Biden were part of, like, a Russian psyop. I don't know how else to, like, conclude from that, but, yeah. The prophecy is in the TBN Bible, the Trinity Broadcasting Network Bible? What? Oh, the Trinity Broadcasting Network is a Russian affiliate station. Oh, weird. Weird. Strange. So they literally created a propaganda network in Russia to co-opt Christianity and tell the world that Russia would be the last remaining Christian nation. Holy shit. Mudge is my pug. Hello. I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. Yeah. Quasi-Spec, thank you for subscribing over on twitch.tv. Boo-doo-doo-doo-boop-boo-doo. Is this why so many evangelicals are sucking off Russia now? Well, yeah, I mean, keep in mind, folks, like, Christianity doesn't need to rely on things just in the Bible anymore. Come on. Just, you can throw anything in there these days. A vision from a child close to death who was groomed into a conservative cult. That's Christianity now. God wants you to be rich because of libertarian propaganda. That's Christianity now. Fun fact for you guys. I was watching a clip from the Majority Report. I don't remember when it aired, but via that clip, I learned that apparently Laura Ingalls Wilder, like Little House on the Prairie, is apparently like a concerted effort by libertarians to like reshape the history of America into one of like self-reliance, in order to facilitate their economic ideals, which is wild when you find out that Laura Ingalls Wilder's child, who wrote the books, is actually one of the most prominent libertarian thinkers and contemporary of Ayn Rand. There we go. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Yeah. And apparently, I didn't know this either. Apparently, like, a lot of the roots of prosperity gospel, was rooted in libertarian propaganda as well. There was actually a journal published by libertarians for a long time called Christian Economics. And apparently that basically lays out the foundations of what you see in prosperity gospel. Which, if you guys aren't familiar with what that is essentially this fundamentalist evangelical branch that believes that if you are good and godly and holy, God will reward you with earthly riches, which is absolutely not the case. What's prosperity gospel? Yeah, it's basically the closer you are to God, the wealthier you are. It was basically injected into the political discourse because in the 1920s and 30s and 40s, Protestants in America basically were like, well, Jesus did talk an awful lot about how it was easier for a rich man to go to heaven, or it would be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to go to heaven. And that presents a pretty big roadblock if you're wealthy. So, instead of, not being wealthy, they opted to create a propaganda machine to deify the wealthy of America, which is exactly what prosperity gospel is. Gosperity Prospel. Stop. Hey, Dmitry Poroshenko. How you doing, you little nerd? I'm a libertarian and I don't support prosperity gospel, but do you support Gosperity Prospel? Exactly, Chloe. Exactly. That's essentially the main thought process of Gosperity. Man, I keep doing it. Prosperity gospel. What's wrong with me? Am I having a stroke? I hope not. But yeah, another tenet of prosperity gospel is like, oh, you want to be closer to God? Well, give donations to the church, and the more you donate to the church, the more wealth God will rain upon you and your family. You know, that's essentially the premise. You know, that sounds like if you're poor, it's because of sin. Off-world colonist. Yep, that is exactly what it means. That is exactly the tenets of prosperity gospel. What about lottery winners? God wants you to be wealthy because you are a good and holy man or woman or person. In Ukraine, we are forced with Catholicism and Western traditions when most of us are still Orthodox. Okay. And? Better start praying and start paying. Yeah, God wants you to buy me a private jet. It's true. Women can be good and holy. There's a joke in there somewhere, but I feel like if I make it, I'm gonna get canceled. Exactly, Salmon Moose. Because the Catholic Church will take money from people's bank accounts here. I don't believe you, Dmitry Poroshenko. I'm gonna need to see some receipts on that one, buddy. Like, literal receipts. You gotta send me, like, pictures of the banknotes, okay? Man, it's really convenient. You don't have money in the bank to, like, provide receipts. Damn, that's crazy. You know, in America, cops just behead people at random. It's true. I can't give you any evidence, but, you know, it's true. It's true. Libertarianism doesn't have a moral position on being rich. And that's not why I disagree with conservative libertarianism. I disagree with it because the system that it sets up is very, very vulnerable to corruption. In fact, I would argue that corruption is the natural state of any type of serious libertarian state. Hello, Dragon Princess. 22 months? God damn. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. I ate so much rice, chat. Dmitry Poroshenko, send me any source to back up your claims. Yeah. But and how will I? Well, you can come over to the riverboat.gg site. And then you can post links in the on-screen chat. Or you can whisper them to a mod, like Ashley J. Curtis in chat. I'm full of noodles, but that's kind of normal. Delicious, delicious noodles. Did you eat something with the rice? Yeah, I didn't eat just like a handful of dry rice. I had a gigantic burrito. Ooh, rice cakes. Delicious. I didn't eat anything today until I had that burrito, and I feel like that was ultimately detrimental because I ate way too much. Yeah. My main issue with libertarianism, like, especially, like, anarcho-capitalist libertarianism, is, like, the consolidation of wealth leads to a lot of power imbalance. that I just think cannot be rectified without, like, outside systems. My body. So much rice. Okay, anyway, moving on. Fun fact. So apparently Ken Paxton went on Steve Bannon's podcast. And for those of you who haven't been paying attention, Ken Paxton is the now impeached Attorney General of, or soon to be impeached Attorney General of Texas. He's a massive piece of shit. Why do you not believe me? I don't believe everyone who comes into my chat and just says random shit. I don't know. Should I believe somebody who comes into my chat and types, like, I fart rainbows? I don't think so. You know, if you can provide, like, some sort of like evidence of, like, you magically farting rainbows, like, sure, I'll believe it, I guess. But yeah. I have given you evidence. You haven't given me evidence. You made claims. Claims are different than evidence. No, Neville. Neville. Oh, Dragon Princess, good luck. I've given evidence to your mod. I haven't looked at it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. You know, I find it interesting that I'm looking through this article you sent, and it isn't saying that the Catholic Church is stealing money from banks. It's saying that the Luhansk and Donetsk regions are hacking into banks and credit card accounts. That's what this article is saying. It's not saying the Catholic Church is able to just go into people's bank accounts and take 5% of their money. That isn't actually anywhere in this article that I am seeing. That's so strange. Huh, that's crazy. That's so crazy. Wow. Oh, so, okay. So it's not hackers. It's the government working with the Catholic Church to steal 5% of your income. Damn, that's a crazy claim. Do you have evidence of that? Do you have evidence of that at all, or are you just saying shit? Because I'm looking over this article, and nope. Actually, I never said that this article was for the Catholic Church. Okay, but what you're talking about is people falling for scams. That happens in every country. That happens all the time in America. I literally get like 6 calls a day from scam artists. Like, I get like hundreds of scam emails every day. Like, this isn't unique, and it's also completely unrelated to the claim that the Catholic Church has the ability to take money directly out of your bank accounts. It shows that the government is hiding it up as scams. So your contention is that the Ukrainian government is hacking into its own banks to steal money from Ukrainians. This article does not verify that claim at all. Like, this is just directly from the article you sent me. Financiers assure that hacker attacks and hacking of banking databases are extremely rare. There are practically no direct attempts of hacker attacks to steal funds from a bank account because it's too difficult to bypass the banking protection system in this way. Banks are constantly improving their security systems. According to our data, 90% of all fraudulent activity through remote account access channels, mobile application, desktop version of internet banking, occurs exclusively with the participation of the client, not with the help of hacking. There are also few cases of internal theft of data on the accounts of Ukrainians. I can translate the article. What are you talking about? It's literally talking about how people are getting defrauded via telephone or SIM card or SMS. Like, what are you talking about? How to secure your money. Huh. Man, it's so crazy how nothing in this article backs up anything that you're talking about. Man, like, all I'm saying is it's a really big claim to say that the Ukrainian government is just stealing money out of people's bank accounts to pay off the Catholic Church. And, like, when I ask for evidence and the thing you send over is just talking about how Ukrainians are currently very vulnerable to, like, fraud schemes, it's not very convincing for your claims. Yeah, it's almost like you're full of shit. I never said they gave it to the Catholic Church. Then explain your statement where you said that the Catholic Church can take 5% out of people's bank accounts. I would like some evidence to that claim. Because your other claim was already shit. So I'll give you another chance. You can provide me with evidence of this claim that the Catholic Church can steal 5% of your money if you put it in the bank. It's not shit. The thing you sent did not verify the thing you claimed. So maybe it's not shit, but it didn't do the thing you said it would do. Oh, well, you know, you can tell I'm telling the truth because many people are saying. That's not evidence, my guy. That's not... You have to provide evidence for your claims. Just like, oh, well, all my friends think that the Ukrainian government is stealing their money in the bank. I don't know, maybe your friends are dipshits. I need evidence for your claim. Because they've had it stolen. How do they know it was stolen by the Ukrainian government? That's a big claim. Because there are a lot of people who steal things that aren't the Ukrainian government. Like, if I'm walking down the street with my bicycle and some guy walks up and steals my bicycle, and then I say it's the Ukrainian government, that doesn't make it so. The money disappeared and it's in the news everywhere? Well, then if it's in the news everywhere, it should be really easy for you to substantiate your claim. But the one article you sent didn't do that. So, you can send me another one. Clearly, if it's all over the news everywhere. Oh, it's on TV. Well, la-dee-da. Maybe you can find an online source. My cat steals my food. Must be the Ukrainian government. I can't send you my TV signal, can I? Well, usually news stations will publish articles online. It's true, Electric Brain. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's true. You mean someone would just go on the internet or on a television and tell lies? Crazy. Do. Well, that's very convenient for making up shit on the internet, isn't it? Your link is currently being reviewed to see if it's not dog shit. I don't have it yet. Unfortunately, randos who come into my chat and send me links sometimes send me links to websites that just auto-generate the word, the N-word over and over and over again. So unfortunately, I can't just, on good faith, click your link because I don't know you. You're a stranger who showed up in my chat and is just making extraordinary claims without backing it up. Linkers. Ah, Discord and Volt, thank you for resubscribing. And they override volume controls as well. Such a strange obsession. True. It's true. All right, let's go through this article. Money disappears from accounts, loans appear. Ukrainians complain about Privat Bank, but the court can help. Ukrainians complain that the state-owned Privat Bank refuses to return the money that was debited from the card in the form of payment for entertainment. During such transactions, the operation is not confirmed through the application or the code from the SMS, but those who go to court have a chance to return the funds. This is stated in the material obo blah blah blah. Readers of the publication and social networks also talk about their negative experience. In particular, according to them, funds are sometimes written off even on credit, and then the owner of the card has to pay for it. 2 years ago, someone from France debited money from my foreign currency card, which was not there. On credit, the operation was rejected twice for lack of funds, and then they wrote off the debt and hung it on me. They said, your card is your problem, or your card is your problem. You probably showed it to someone. The police said there are thousands of such cases, and it is Privat Bank. Shared a user under the nickname Marina Chamaris. In addition, according to the victims, at the time of the debiting funds, limits on online payments do not work either. A month ago, scammers paid with my card for goods on a foreign site. The limit on the online purchases did not work. It turns out if the site does not arouse suspicion in the bank, then the limit does not work, added a user signed as Igor Tarasiuk. He clarified that the bank recommended contacting the hotline, independently blocking the payment on the site where the money was stolen, and waiting 120 days for the application to be considered. The most interesting thing is that the card is always at home. No one could see the CVV code, the victim said. A few years ago, when we first wrote about such a case, the bank explained that a write-off is possible if the user himself provided his bank details to the seller. And even if the scammers withdraw tens of thousands of hryvnias from the card in this way, all they can advise in privat is to leave an application on the bank's hotline and wait for it to be considered. The NBU also says if the fraud occurred through no fault of the bank, law enforcement officers should understand this. However, the court sometimes takes the position of the clients. Let's see. Okay. Bank began to accrue interest on credit funds, which were also stolen by fraudsters. Okay, the client went to court on January 23rd, 2023. The District Court of Zaporizhia made a decision. All funds must be returned by Privat Bank. In addition, the financial institution must also return UAH 9.4 thousand. This money was written off for debt on a loan, which scammers hung on the client. According to Hromadsky Prostor lawyer Yuri Filenka, there's no chance to return the money only if the payment was made using 3D Secure. If the payment went through without confirming the code from the SMS, there are chances. After a statement from the victim, the bank can appeal the dubious transaction through the payment system. This doesn't sound like it backs up your claims that the Ukrainian government is stealing money from Ukrainians to fund the war effort. Wow, that's crazy. It sounds an awful lot like, actually, this is just people being defrauded by scam artists. What? Nowhere in this article was the Catholic Church mentioned. Nowhere in this article was it at all substantiated that the Ukrainian government was stealing money out of these bank accounts. Nowhere in here have any of your claims been actually, like, substantiated. The Catholic Church isn't in there. The theft isn't in there. This article, all it does is show that Ukrainians have been getting scammed by people, and that's not unique to Ukrainians. It might also show that the bank is kind of shitty, but a shitty bank is not the Ukrainian government stealing people's money. True, Mithril Mist. It is convincing me not to use Privat Bank. True. True. Looks like Privat Bank has some fraud problems with the DOJ. Funds illegally obtained from Privat Bank in Ukraine as part of a multi-billion-dollar fraudulent loan scheme. Yeah, I mean, the bank seems like shit, but I wouldn't say that this seems like the Ukrainian government is stealing money, or the Catholic Church has a secret back door into people's accounts. Like, I am not inclined to like the Catholic Church. But, like, even I need evidence to substantiate the claim that, like, the Catholic Church has free reign to just take 5% of what's in people's bank accounts. Crazy. Well, that was a fun little derail. I enjoyed that. Discordant Bolt gun, indeed. Now, chat, we have been streaming for an hour at this point. If you are enjoying the show, please, please, please hit the follow button over on Twitch and consider liking and subscribing to the Riverboat Jack YouTube channel and stream. I would quite enjoy if we pumped those numbers up, so if you haven't done it yet, please go over there and do so. And if you're enjoying the content, please consider dropping some subs, especially over on riverboat.gg, the site that I am hosted on. If you come over to riverboat.gg, you do not need a sub, and it's an ad-free experience. Plus, you get to be in the on-screen chat. And when you gift subs, I get to keep 100% of your gifted sub value, instead of having to split it 50% with Jeff Bezos, or 70-30% with YouTube, you know? So come on over to riverboat.gg, where you can more effectively support me and help me to not die. Give her subs or she'll yell at us. Look, I'm not Bad Bunny, okay? But I will try and guilt you into it, because I will die if I don't get enough of them. Also, it's true, we are currently 20.5 subs away from doing a deep dive into spirit science, and I've been told that apparently spirit science encompasses Martian space Jews from the future who've been sent back in time, and also there's a god living under the sands of Egypt with a bunch of ant people. So please help us get there. 20 subs away. Let's go. Give Jack subs or she will play a Jubilee video again. Oh, very knifey duck. You have no idea. We're getting close to it too. Their old stuff is wild. We're going straight to the source, Real Radham. Also, BRB. 1 second. Whew. What is 0.5 of a sub? Yeah, I'm counting Twitch subs as a half, because I literally get half as much for a Twitch sub. Yeah. Hello, Nindrain! Still trying to explain to a friend how fucking angry that Christopher Columbus made me? It's infuriating. Oh yeah, Nindrain, by the way, yesterday, cutting up, like, one segment for every one of those PragerU videos we did, would be excellent YouTube content. Electric Brain, you know what doesn't charge you an extra $1? Riverboat.gg, motherfucker. Anyway, here's disgraced Attorney General Ken Paxton essentially admitting that he helped rig the 2020 election against Joe Biden and Beto O'Rourke in favor of Ted Cruz.
It's certainly critical to my state, and that's why we fought off these 12 lawsuits. We had them in Houston, we had them in San Antonio, we had them in Austin, we had them in the counties where you'd have the most liberal judges. And it was a concerted effort nationally with lots of money going into it. And just knowing that we had 12 losses that we had to win, and if we had lost one of them, like if we lost Harris County, Trump won by 620,000 votes in Texas. Harris County mail-in ballots that they wanted to send out were 2.5 million. Those were all illegal, and we were able to stop every one of them. Had we not done that, we would have been in the very same situation. We would have been on election night. I was watching election night, and I knew when I saw what was happening in these other states that that would have been Texas. We would have been in the same boat. We would have been one of those battleground states that they were counting votes in Harris County for 3 days, and Donald Trump would have lost the election. It's certainly critical.
That's really interesting. It certainly sounds like he just admitted to deliberately stopping 2.5 million people from voting in Texas in order to rig the election for Donald Trump and against Beto O'Rourke. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty strange, actually. I'm wondering if this could be used as evidence for election fraud. I wonder. Yeah, why were they illegal? People,
All must be exposed to the mind virus that is spirit science and his weird plush sona.
Wait, he has a plush Sona? Man, every time you guys tell me something new about spirit science, it's fucking wild, man. Also, Discordant Vol, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. What's the legality of those ballots? Well, keep in mind, conservatives just believe that mail-in ballots should be illegal. Wait, is this why he was kicked to the curb? Oh no, Vox and Sox, absolutely not. Republicans love him for that. The Republican House would never impeach Ken Paxton for that. Ken Paxton is currently being impeached for a number of different things. So basically, he's being put on trial in the Senate for charges of bribery, abuse of office, and obstruction. So, yeah, there are 20 articles of impeachment, which is pretty wild. So there was an investigative committee down in Texas, and Ken Paxton here, by the way, there were sites that set up drive
Last
up
one tonight.
Oh, Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Last one tonight? Hell yeah. I'll take it. Thank you very, very much. There were sites that set up drive-up electronic voting. That was challenged, and I think that's what they had thrown out. But he's talking about specifically mail-in voting. He's not talking about electronic voting. Transphobia is breaking Republicans is a very ambiguous and misleading title. I don't know about that, my guy. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. You got random people out in the middle of nowhere saying veterans get a day, fags and child molesters get a month. Why? And also, May is Veterans Month, just as an FYI. Veterans get a month and a day. But also, I don't know. Let's take a look at this conservative who's talking about tranny semen an awful lot. Conservatives effectively turned the Bud Light brand into something that is synonymous with tranny semen and crashed their market cap by billions. Conservatives then wiped billions off of the market cap of Target. It's only a matter of time until they start putting tranny semen in the frosted lemonade at this point. Just spotted a proud consumer of tranny semen. Either he doesn't know what Bud Light just changed their ingredients to, or he's down with Dylan. Yikes. Lots of Bud Light flowing in that building. Hashtag tranny semen. The North Face just became the official protective gear to wear when getting sprayed with Bud Light, also known as tranny semen. North Face clothing is literally nothing more than a cum rag now. I'm going to light mine on fire tonight. Michelob Ultra is sold out. Plenty of tranny semen left on the shelf. The boycott is going so well. We can't let it up. Let's completely bankrupt Budweiser for what they've done. In the area of Burlington Coat Factory, I found a Bluetooth speaker on sale for about $20, where you can let everyone know you like to drink tranny semen by the gallon. They can't get this stuff off the shelves fast enough. Sales of tranny semen are down once again. Because they're milking all the tranny semen to make Bud Light. Conservatives successfully boycotted Bud Light to the point that it is now referred to as tranny semen, which is only true for this one guy. You don't need to wash Bud Light down with semen. It was made with tranny semen. Get it right. It is still made with tranny semen. Tranny semen doesn't sell. I wonder if he had a Bud Light afterwards, the disgusting pervert. You all do know it's made with tranny semen now, right? Bud Light is made with tranny semen. Wonder why Target doesn't put it in their Pride display. Oh shit, I don't want to... Okay, Dylan Mulvaney has just revealed that he is now romantically interested in women again. He then went on to say that he wants the woman he's interested in to get him pregnant. Dylan, just shut up and get back to the Bud Light factory. They need more tranny semen to make more. It's now renamed tranny semen in most circles. Hashtag tranny semen. Never thought of them a day in my life before they added tranny semen to their ingredients. Oh, we missed one. Okay. They... Goddamn video. I don't think we're gonna get to read the last one, but I think you guys get the point. Yes, clearly conservative brains are not at all broken by transphobia. Totally normal behavior. Very normal. Very, very normal to just be a grown adult man on the internet ranting about tranny semen. Very normal. Very not weird. Totally not off-putting. Totally something that your friends and family would tolerate. Totally normal. Also, yeah, pretty clear that this guy wants some tranny semen. I'm not saying that because I think he's not a transphobe. It's just that being a transphobe and wanting to be dicked down by a trans girl's dick, not mutually exclusive, unfortunately. So, I don't know, Friedman Economist. I don't think it's really that ambiguous or misleading. At all, actually. Oh, hey, look, a Kansas woman and son with disabilities told to leave restroom as controversial law looms. This is in Kansas, Topeka, Kansas. A Kansas woman said she was asked to leave the restroom at a library in the state's largest city while accompanying her adult son, who is on the autism spectrum, just weeks after the state enacted a law that could ban individuals from using restrooms and other facilities that don't align with their sex assigned at birth. Karen Wild said she made a trip to the central branch of the Wichita Public Library every week and has done so for years, a way of meeting up with Wild's mother, who lives 45 minutes away and helps take care of her son. Ellis Dunville, who is on the autism spectrum, has a seizure disorder and is nonverbal. Never once in that time, she said, has any of the library staff or patrons objected to her bringing her son into the women's restroom. But shortly after entering with her son on Saturday, Wild said a male security guard approached the restroom and informed her that Dunville couldn't be there. He walked away, she said, once it became clear that another patron was using the restroom, but that person also objected to her son's presence. Minutes later, a female library employee entered and said the library had policies related to the matter and asked if the family could make use of the building's gender-neutral restroom, which Wilde said she was unaware of. Library staff didn't make explicit reference to Senate Bill 180, the law enacted earlier this year, but Wilde said she recalled the new measure during the exchange and believed it helped prompted the incident. At the very least, she added, the ongoing controversy about restroom usage nationally seemed responsible for the outcry. There isn't anything I can think of that has changed except that they heard about the law and decided they needed to be emboldened by it somehow, Wilde said. I can't explain it any other way. Sean Jones, a spokesperson for the library, confirmed the incident happened, but said the restroom policies have not been recently changed. Instead, he said the library has seen a slight uptick in unsafe activities in her library recently, as is the case with most urban libraries and large public spaces, and our staff have been made more aware of situations that appear out of the ordinary. With this particular situation, it was simply a mishandled customer service moment, Jones said. Our staff was curious about the situation and ultimately offered a solution for future uses in the form of telling them of the 3 family restrooms available at the main library. Weird. As a Christian, should I neglect the idea of not loving everyone? No. However, a trans person shoots up a trans school. If a trans individual shoots up a trans school and the State Department doesn't issue any notice for attacks on Christians, but rather danger for transsexual individuals, isn't there something inherently flawed? Well, that would depend on the motivations for the shooting, no? Like, the motivations for the shooting matter in terms of whether or not Christian schools are at risk, right? Like, if somebody who's, like, a dribbling moron, like, blah, 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 like, goes and, like, shoots up a restaurant, does that mean they have to issue a safety warning for every, like, I don't know, Applebee's in the state? No, they don't, because that person was just fucking crazy. Like, I don't know. If a mass shooting happens at a mall, do they have to issue a warning to everyone who goes to a mall that they could get shot? No, they don't, actually. I don't know. We see a lot of anti-Semitic shootings. We see a lot of mosques getting shot up as well. Do we need to issue a warning about Christian extremism? Because it's Christians doing the shootings? No, you never hear that. This weird, like, double standard only exists because you're transphobic as shit, dude. And you have a double standard that you just aren't, like, doing any introspection on whatsoever. God. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da. So, you know, just cis people being kicked out of bathrooms because people think they're trans, or the person with disabilities that they're with might be trans. Super scary stuff, guys. I don't know. Also, just interesting to note here, Senate Bill 254 banned nearly all new HRT prescriptions and refills of existing prescriptions for trans adults. This is in the state of Florida, by the way, so yeah, this is for adults. It was never about protecting kids. It was never, ever about protecting children. That was a fucking lie that conservatives told you, and if you believed it, that's because you're a stooge. You are someone who is too stupid to understand you are being lied to every second of every minute that you are watching conservative media. Look at this chart, for God's sakes. Fox News' coverage of Target Pride backlash versus sexual abuse in the Illinois Catholic Church. They spent 22 seconds covering the fact that the Catholic Church in the state of Illinois, over the course of 70 years, covered up the abuse, the sexual abuse, the rape of children. and protected hundreds of pedophiles in their organization. Fox News spends 22 seconds covering that. Over the course of a week. Over the course of that same week, Fox News spends 2 hours, 12 minutes, and 32 seconds covering the insidiousness of Target Pride. Yeah, conservatives really give a shit about kids being sexually abused. Now, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You claim that you care about kids being sexually abused. You claim that that is such a big danger that all trans people are groomers. All teachers that have a pride flag in the classroom are grooming children to be molested. But when a news story breaks of a multi-year investigation revealing hundreds of pedophiles being protected by the Catholic Church that they knew about for decades, while they continued to sexually abuse children, oh, well, we're not going to talk about that. Oh, no. VCC TV. I know there are more than hundreds, you know? If children are coerced by a parent to transition before the age of 15, will I spy a predator? Friedman economist, do you even have any idea what the process of transition is like for a 15-year-old? What do you... Friedman economist, I want you to type into chat right now what you think happens for a child at 15 to transition. What do you think the process is? I want you to walk us through, step by step, how it happens. Because I know the prerequisite steps. Do you? Do you even give a shit about the fact that the Catholic Church has molested thousands of children? Has been complicit with the rape of thousands of children? Do you care about that at all? I notice you didn't say anything about that particular coverage on in conservative media. I wonder if you actually give a shit. Because the actions and the words and your responses to things really indicate to me that you and conservatives like you care way, way more about hating trans people than you do about the well-being of children. And it comes through in the policies that you support and in the things you talk about. Let me elaborate that children cannot psychologically have the ability to critically think under the age of 15. Hence to force... Well, Friedman economist, I want you to explain to me the steps by which a 15-year-old transitions. If that is not the next thing you post in my chat, you will be banned. Okay? Explain to me the steps by which a 15-year-old transitions. Oh, you don't know the steps! Wow, that's interesting! That's crazy! So, question. Do you think, in the scenario you're imagining, is it the case that basically parents are like, you are trans now, child? And the child goes, yes, mom and dad, I guess I'm trans. And then they take them to the trans doctor and they get the magic trans medications that make them trans. Is that basically the level of thinking that you're operating on? Is that basically the level of thinking that we're dealing with here? God, I really need to do, like, Discord call or ban. I need to bring that back. Friedman Economist. If you respond to anyone other than me, you're also going to be banned, okay? Or, you know what? Your alternative is either to respond to my questions, or you can hop into a Discord call with me. You can do one of those two things. You can do one of those two things, otherwise you get banned. Friedman Economist, is that your way of saying you don't want to hop into a Discord call with me? Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Interesting. I'll wait for your next reply. But then we'll be moving on if you aren't hopping in the Discord call. He ain't coming back? Nah, he probably not. I love when some of you chatters pretend to be belligerents so that I'll be mean to you. It's cute. It's endearing. It do smell like a bitch in here. It's true. Heavy scent of bitch going on. You know, I just have to say, it is really interesting. Hey, Friedman Economist, you have one more chance. And by one more chance, I mean, yeah, out of here, son. I do find it very interesting, right? That, these people, when you, like, ask them a direct question, can't answer it. They don't know what they're talking about. They think, like, a parent can just, like, walk into a doctor's office and be like, oh, I hurt my back. I think what would help my back pain is if you gave me some hormone replacement therapy for my child. And then the doctor winks knowingly and goes, sure thing, I got just the thing for that back pain. Wink. And then, like, hands a bunch of HRT meds to the parent. And then, like, the parent at the end of the day, like, pours a bunch of pills down their child's throat. Like, that's literally what they think happens. Like, they're living in a cartoon fucking world. One transgender, please. But also just like, man, it's so interesting, right? It's so interesting. You bring up the fact that the largest conservative news network in the country, one of the largest in the world, spent 22 seconds on a groundbreaking report of child sex abuse at the hands of the Catholic Church over the course of 70 years that revealed that the entire apparatus of the church had been dedicated to hiding hundreds of child molesters within their ranks. And, like, Fox News, conservatives, spend 22 seconds out of a given week talking about it. Obviously, the trans agenda, the LGBTQ agenda, via cheap merchandise at Target, is a bigger threat to children than the multinational non-profit organization that has been shielding child molesters in every country on Earth for, like, the past century. 2 years ago, France, the entire country of France, had a groundbreaking expose that revealed that the Catholic Church had been covering up the child sex abuse of, like, 200,000 children over the course of 70 years. The fact that conservatives do not give a shit about this, and it is shown in the media that they care about. They don't give a shit about this story. They don't give a shit about actual rape and child abuse. What they give a shit about is hating queer people. And that's very clear from their content choices, from the things they talk about in chat. When you confront them with the fact that, like, their media doesn't talk about it, they'd much rather talk about how, well, you know, sure, the Catholic Church might have, like, sexually abused hundreds of thousands of children around the world and then covered it up and protected child abusers and, like, child molesters. But, you know, the real issue here is drag queens. The real issue here is queer people. Despite the fact that, like, I don't think there are enough cases of drag queens who are predating on children to make a report like this. What? Like, adults are buying, like, Pride merch for their kids or something, and, like, that's going to what? How does a rainbow shirt harm a child in the same way a priest raping a child harms a child? I want a conservative to explain that to me, and why they give so much more weight to a shirt with a rainbow on it than a priest raping children. I want them to explain that to me. And they never will, because it is a source of just... It is a mental dissonance. They cannot reconcile these two ideas because they have been taught that, well, they care about children because they hate gay and trans people. That's what they've been taught by their media. They care about children because they hate the trannies and the fags, right? So clearly that means they care about children. But then when any stories come out about the well-being of children, well, they don't really seem to care about that, do they? And they can't reconcile it, so they just keep going in circles. They keep spinning out of control until their head explodes. The mental disconnect is severe and sad. So Matt Walsh doesn't care about protecting children? True. Matt Walsh does not give a shit about protecting children. If Matt Walsh cared about protecting children, he'd be in favor of comprehensive sex ed. And guess what, chat? He's not. This might be a shock to you. Matt Walsh hasn't talked about the bombshell report about sex abuse in the Catholic Church. The last time I saw Matt Walsh talk about sex abuse in the Catholic Church, he wrote an op-ed about how actually there isn't a problem with child molestation in the Catholic Church. The real problem is that there are too many gay priests in the Catholic Church. The problem is there are gay men in the Catholic Church. That's his problem with the Catholic Church. It's not the child molestation, it's the fact that some of the priests are gay. Matt Walsh, 12-year-olds are peak reproductive age Walsh over here really cares about the well-being of children. Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, altruism is imaginary. Happy to see you. My spouse went to school with a kid that got molested by a priest. I'm guessing most kids went to school with somebody who got molested by a priest, frankly. Oh god, there was a yeah, I mean, like, guys, this guy does not believe in the well-being of children, okay?
Hello, everybody. Thanks for watching or listening, however it is that you're consuming this. Thank you for doing that. If you are watching, you can tell already that I have chosen an especially scenic spot for my car cast, which, by the way, is what I'm calling it now. My car cast this morning. I'm in a parking garage right next to an overflowing trash can, which I'm not sure if you can see that in the shot or not, but it's, you know, I thought I'd really like some beautiful scenery this time. I'm mixing it up a little bit. Now, there's a protest taking shape for next Monday that I want to talk about. It's called the Sex Ed Sit Out. Sex Ed Sit Out. Say that 5 times fast. And parents across the country are being encouraged by the organizers of this protest to keep their kids home for the day in order to make a statement about the degenerate, disgusting, perverse sex ed classes that are so common in schools nowadays. I think it's a great idea. I like the idea of the protest. My only problem with it is that I think it's a little bit too short. I think it should last a little longer. Like, for instance, it should last forever, maybe. I mean, yeah, keep your kids home from public school, but don't send them back the next day. Never send them back, I think is what, that's the protest that we really need to organize. But this is a good first step. It's a baby step, and that's good. And it's very needed. It's warranted. It's about time that parents are taking a stand against this, because sex ed has really devolved in our country into an abomination. And no age group is safe anymore. It used to be, at least, that the degenerates who come up with these sex ed curricula, they would at least hold off until a kid was 13, 14, 15. But now they don't even do that anymore. So kids in the age, you know, it's 2nd, 3rd grade, sometimes younger, sometimes kindergarten, they're being indoctrinated, brainwashed into far left gender theory and everything else. And as the kids grow older, the sex ed becomes more and more pornographic, more and more disturbing. Because
these people think that, like, kids walk into a classroom and are just shown Pornhub videos for sex ed. And then the teacher stands up in front of them and is like, "It's okay. I know that it's sexy. Please start masturbating." And like forces them all to masturbate to Pornhub, Like, that's the conservative conception of sex ed. More pornographic. This guy is just lying to you, and he knows it. He knows he's lying to you.
We're doing with kids, what they're doing with kids in public school, it's not, they're not.
Well, and also, guess what? Part of the reason you don't want to rely on families to do sex ed is because sometimes family members are doing the sexual violence to the children. That's why, generally speaking, you don't want to rely on sex ed being provided by families.
Educating them with sex ed. This is about grooming. They're grooming them, much like a sex predator does with a child. They're grooming, conditioning the children. And so once they...
And this is the question I always have. Grooming the children for what? Is Matt Walsh saying that the school is purposely grooming the children so that all the teachers can get together with the students in a massive orgy? Who is doing the grooming, and to what end? Weird how they never really put that together. They just say, oh, the children are being groomed. Oh, does that mean someone is taking sexual advantage of them? Like, what, the teachers are then, like, raping the kids? No? Oh. Then what does that mean? If by grooming you mean giving them comprehensive sex ed, then yeah, I guess.
They get into middle school and high school, then they're going to start working with Planned Parenthood. No problem there, right? I mean, that's not like that's a controversial thing to do. Planned Parenthood, they only kill 330,000 babies a year. But yeah.
But Planned Parenthood's primary directive isn't to provide abortion care. It's to provide, like, safe sex and, like, STD testing. Like, they provide prophylactics and, like, STD testing so you can be safe while engaging in sexual intercourse. The reason you provide sex ed is to ensure that children are safe, Matt.
Bring them into the school. Why not?
This is from 2018, but I just really wanted to highlight how this is a consistent through line. He did another video very recently that is almost exactly this video, just again.
Not. And so Planned Parenthood comes in, hands out condoms, and then the kids are taught about sex toys and masturbation, anal sex, oral sex, bondage. I mean, these are all...
What, chat, can anyone think why you might want to teach children how to safely have anal sex? Can any of you think of a reason why high schoolers and middle schoolers might need to be taught how to have safe anal sex? 1, gay kids. 2, kids like putting things up their butts. Specifically, things that shouldn't be up their butts. And if you put something up your butt that shouldn't be up your butt, especially something that doesn't have a flared end, it can get sucked up into your large intestine and possibly kill you. Which is why you need to make sure that children know that, so they don't accidentally perforate their large intestine.
All the things that the schools are presenting to children. Now, when I talk about this, sometimes people will accuse me of being opposed to sex ed in general. They say, well, it sounds like you don't want any kind of sex ed. Oh, have you picked up on that? Yeah, that's actually exactly how I feel. You're exactly right. There should be zero sex ed in the schools. Zero. Yes, a child should learn about the basics of human reproduction. A kid should know where babies come from when it's the right age to broach that subject. It should be broached. But you can cover human biology in biology class, and you can cover anatomy when human anatomy comes up. So those are the realms where this discussion should be had. And it should never go beyond that. Just present the basic facts of reproduction. Leave it at that. That's what the schools should do. They should not take one step beyond the basic facts of human reproduction.
Now, chat. On the one hand, you have this guy saying, absolutely under no circumstances should sex ed be allowed in our schools, because it is grooming children much like a child molester grooms children. With the implication being, I guess, that the teachers are then going to, like, molest the students, which doesn't happen. Like, I mean, obviously, like, some teachers do molest students, unfortunately, but, like, by and large, most teachers aren't, like, teaching sex ed and being like, oh yes, I will have my time with these children later. Like, no, they aren't doing that. That's not a thing that happens. And just weirdly enough, turns out there are smart people who've been thinking about this for a long time. Actually, turns out there are people who have in fact done decades-long research on the outcomes of comprehensive sex ed. Wow, Journal of Adolescent Health. Hello. Review issue, volume 68, issue 1, January 2021. This was published. 3 decades of research. The case for comprehensive sex ed. Abstract. School-based sex education plays a vital role in the sexual health and well-being of young people. Little is known, however, about the effectiveness of efforts beyond pregnancy and sexually transmitted disease prevention. The authors conducted a systematic literature review of 3 decades of research on school-based programs to find evidence for the effectiveness of comprehensive sex education. Methods. Researchers searched the ERIC, Psych Info, and Medline. The research team identified papers meeting the systematic literature review criteria. Of 8,058 relevant articles, 218 met specific review criteria. More than 80% focused solely on pregnancy and disease prevention. More than 80% focused solely on pregnancy and disease prevention and were excluded, leaving 39. In the next phase, researchers expanded criteria to studies outside the U.S. to identify evidence reflecting the full range of topic areas. 80 articles constituted the final review. Results. Outcomes include appreciation of sexual diversity, dating and intimate partner violence prevention, development of healthy relationships, prevention of child sex abuse, improved social and emotional learning, and increased media literacy. Substantial evidence supports sex education beginning in elementary school that is scaffolded and of longer duration, as well as LGBTQ inclusive education across the school curriculum and a social justice approach to healthy sexuality. Conclusions. Review of the literature of the past 3 decades provides strong support for comprehensive sex education across a range of topics and grade levels. Results provide evidence for the effectiveness of approaches that address a broad definition of sexual health and take positive, affirming, inclusive approaches to human sexuality. Findings strengthen justification for the widespread adoption of the national sex education standards. Which, crazy. So they looked over 80 studies in the final review and found that not only did it, have perhaps unexpected outcomes, like the improvement of media literacy, but it also made people more chill with gay people. It also reduced intimate partner violence, which makes sense, because when you teach consent as part of a comprehensive sex ed educational program, well, turns out kids are less likely to put up with horrible, shitty relationships that do not respect their consent. That's crazy. Well, true. All of these things are things conservatives hate. The concept of consent, they hate it. Matt Walsh has specifically said something along the lines of how he hates the concept of consent. He hates it. Conservatives hate these ideas. They hate, and I've seen interviews. I've seen interviews with conservatives where they talk about how social emotional learning is actually communism. It's socialism. And should not be allowed in our schools. And they don't want kids to be cool with the gays, actually. They don't want them to have gay friends. They don't want them to have gay family members. They don't want them to have anything to do with queer people. And unfortunately, queer people exist, which is very unfortunate for the likes of conservatism. And also, notice in there that in this listing of outcomes of comprehensive sex ed, you see that it prevents child sex abuse. It prevents child sex abuse. That's one of its primary outcomes. It's one of its primary outcomes. Oh God, I clicked the wrong button. Sorry. It's one of its primary outcomes. And they hate it. Under no circumstance, according to Matt Walsh, should programs like comprehensive sex ed be enacted in schools. Comprehensive sex ed programs that are shown to reduce the child sex abuse in communities. Under no circumstance should they be implemented. And that is why, by the way, that is why I say conservatives, at the very least conservative talking heads, conservatives like Matt Walsh, you know, Christo-fascists. They don't care about the well-being of children. They actively pursue policies that result in children being sexually abused. It's frustrating. It's anger-inducing. Let's take a look just at some of the nitty-gritty of this, especially the intimate partner violence prevention. Strong evaluations demonstrate a range of positive outcomes for programs that focus on prevention of dating violence and intimate partner violence.
Asterisk Ashley J. Curtis asterisk gifted asterisk 5 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Thank you very much for the gifted subs. And also, holy moly, Kimura Luna, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg. I really appreciate that as well. I'll add them to the total after I finish this. But I did want to say thank you. I saw it. I saw it happen. Thank you very much. And intimate partner violence among both middle school and high school youth. And this is, by the way, an important point of note. You might not know it, and Matt Walsh doesn't want to acknowledge it, but the reality is kids start experimenting sexually in middle school. And if they aren't receiving comprehensive sex ed at that time, then they are going to get taken advantage of by older kids. Primarily older kids, or, worst case scenarios, adults. Their ignorance will be deliberately preyed upon by people with more knowledge than them. Okay? This is horrendous. This is awful. But they don't want that. They don't want middle schoolers to know, which puts them in an awkward position of having to defend their position that results in child sex abuse.
Cuz 99.5 isn't 100. Bawahahaha. 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 BWA.
Man, what a time to have text to speech on, huh? God damn. Okay, I'm gonna finish this despite your best efforts, chat. The terms domestic violence, or dating violence, and intimate partner violence are used interchangeably in some studies, while others, particularly those that are earlier, tend to only use the term dating violence. School-based efforts have the potential to play an important role in reducing dating violence, and in many cases have shown positive long-term outcomes. Outside of pregnancy and disease prevention, this has been the most extensively evaluated aspect of school-based sex education efforts. There's strong evidence that programs can increase knowledge, change attitudes, and improve skills to reduce dating violence and intimate partner violence, and can actually reduce the incidence of both. The most promising approaches to addressing dating violence and intimate partner violence are for school-aged youth have been focused on social justice, shifting norms around dating violence and/or gender roles, and conflict management skills. Programs in this category have used a variety of educational methods, including instruction that supports social-emotional learning, role plays, multiple sessions and/or grade levels, theater, peer education, and enhanced building-level interventions, and have focused on sexual coercion, such as pressure, date rape, and exploitation. Okay? Okay. Oh, here we go. Several large, rigorous studies are notable for strong behavioral outcomes in the area of dating violence and intimate partner violence prevention. These include a randomized evaluation of the fourth R, a meta-analysis of 23 DV and IPV program evaluations in grades 4 to 12, a review of multiple studies on 5 different 6th to 12th grade programs, and a randomized longitudinal study of safe dates. These and other school-based programs have led to reductions in DV and IPV perpetration, victimization, emotional violence perpetration, verbal aggression, and referrals for harassment. Some outcomes were found to have persisted for up to 4 years post-intervention. Notably, several programs that took place in the 8th grade or earlier showed important long-term outcomes. The fourth R, Skills for Youth Relationships, initially developed for 9th graders, stands out for its sequential version in grades 7 and 8, demonstrating decreases in both physical and emotional dating violence amongst boys at 9th grade follow-up. Safe Dates in the 8th grade, with evaluation differentiating a range of violence-related outcomes, demonstrated reduction of sexual violence perpetration at immediate post-test, as well as reduced perpetration and victimization of physical violence at the 4-year follow-up. Compared with controls, treatment schools reported 25% less psychological abuse perpetration, 60% less sexual violence perpetration, and 60% less physical violence perpetration with the current dating partner. These policies literally more than half, like cut the rate of violence more than half by 60%. And they want to take them out of schools. And here we have the section on child sex abuse prevention. This review found strong evidence for the effectiveness of child sex abuse prevention efforts in elementary school. Such programs typically use behavioral practice and role play, and encourage parental involvement. They teach about body ownership and a children's right to control their bodies, and about communication and self-protection. A strong meta-analysis of 27 preschool through grade 5 programs and a systematic review of 24 K through 5 programs demonstrate significant effects on a wide range of outcomes, including behaviors in simulated at-risk situations. Another large systematic review concluded that, in general, parental involvement, opportunities for practice, repeated exposure, and sensitivity to developmental level were key characteristics of effective child sex abuse programs. Okay. Yeah, here we go. The systematic review of 22 North American and UK curricula for K through 6 children found significant increases in knowledge across programs, improved self-protective skills, particularly among older elementary students, and emotional gains in self-esteem, self-efficacy, and feelings of safety in approximately 1/3 of the programs. Gains in knowledge and some social-emotional outcomes remained at 3 to 5 month follow-up. In a rigorous cluster randomized study of 6 New York City elementary schools, safe touches for 2nd and 3rd graders showed significant improvement in knowledge of safe touch. Notably, intervention control group differences were larger when stranger danger items were removed, suggesting that this curriculum was able to address inappropriate touch in a more nuanced way. Stay safe primary prevention for 7 and 10-year-olds in Ireland demonstrated gains in knowledge, skills, and self-esteem maintained at 3-month follow-up. Notably, gains were greatest for the younger students. So that indicates, by the way, that the earlier comprehensive sex ed begins, the better the outcomes. So, like, and keep in mind, when we're talking about earlier comprehensive sex ed programs, that doesn't mean they're showing like, this is how babies are made to, like, 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds. No, what they're doing is teaching basic skills related to, like, hey, you own your body. If you don't want somebody to touch you, they should not touch you, outside of, like, a doctor or something. Can I get a link to that, please? Absolutely. Here you go. Big bulge, Papa. You want the claim to have a big bulge? You gotta have one. And you don't. Let's see here. Child abuse prevention programs for 2nd to 4th graders demonstrated significant increases in knowledge of appropriate and inappropriate touch, what to do in an inappropriate situation, and increased knowledge and skill to identify unsafe situations. A strong randomized study of 21 urban U.S. schools found gains were maintained at 1 year with no increase in anxiety, concluding that it is safe to discuss sensitive subjects with young children and demonstrating the value of early education. A kindergarten program showed significant improvement in knowledge of unsafe secrets and distinguishing between tattling and reporting. And another program conducted with 123 Latinx preschoolers demonstrated increased knowledge and skills at post-test and 3-month follow-up. Studies in the US and Canada reported positive effects on sense of control and safety felt by children, including, in one, more positive feelings about their genitals, e.g., it's okay to touch one's own private parts. And that, by the way, that's a thing, some parents tell their children that it's absolutely not okay to touch your private parts, like your own private parts, which, like, in turn makes those children deathly afraid to, like, even like aim their pee in the bathroom. Yeah, they'll tell their children that, like, they'll go blind if they look at it. Like, that is deeply unhealthy for children, by the way. That's not healthy for kids. Improved disclosure skills and behaviors. Several studies have demonstrated improvements in young children's skills and behaviors specifically related to disclosure. Evaluation of an early elementary sex abuse prevention program in China focused on know, go, and tell, using random assignment by classroom to intervention and non-intervention groups, found significant increases for important skills related to reporting. 5th graders in child sexual abuse prevention education in South Korea showed significant improvement in self-protective behaviors. A systematic review of childhood sex abuse curricula in the US and Canada concluded that one of the most common effects was increased knowledge of a resource person to whom children would report abuse. More important, behavioral outcomes included increased parent-child communication about child sex abuse, and when implemented with a group of children known to have been abused, increased disclosure. Which basically means that, like, kids were better able to avoid unsafe situations, get out of unsafe situations. They were better able to know what was and was not safe touch. They were better able to report if they had been molested. And being able to report the molestation right away is actually really important for the purpose of catching these people so they don't become repeat offenders. You know? Again, like, if you at all care about the well-being of children, comprehensive sex ed is something you have to support. If you don't, you are effectively saying you care more about your comfort level than you do about educating these children and reducing the rates of child sex abuse. Big bulge, Papa. Damn, I'd be a lot meaner to you, but I feel like I'd say things that would be against TOS. This is why there are grown men who won't wash their buttholes. That's true, actually. There's a weird number of like grown-ass men who refuse to like wash their butthole in the bathroom. They think the water just running by it makes it clean. And it doesn't. Wash your ass. Wash your taint. Like, wash under your balls. Okay? Wash under your fucking foreskin also. Like, Jesus. And please wash your hands when you leave bathrooms. I know that there's like a belief among some men that like if you wash your hands, you're communicating that you're more effeminate. But like, I don't care about that. I don't care if you're communicating that to like another man that you're never going to interact with again in the bathroom. I care that you're not walking around with pee hands. I don't want you spreading your piss everywhere. That's what I care about. And hell, if you shat in the bathroom, okay? Just shat it everywhere. And you don't wash your hands, you're evil. You're evil. No one wants to smell swamp ass? True! Call them a piss boy? That gets dangerously close to a fetish, and I won't have it. I want my foreskin back. We all do. For different reasons. There are those who claim wiping is optional. They're monsters. I like, if you're not wiping your ass, what's wrong with you? Like, what's actually wrong with you? Oh. Is it not uncomfortable walking around with shit on your ass? I would imagine so, but like, I don't know, sometimes men just don't give a shit. Literally. Oh yeah, also if you're, like, amazing that I have to explain this, right? But like, if you're not using soap in the bathroom, you're not accomplishing anything. Like, the entire purpose of the soap is to get all of the germs from just the day and using the bathroom and wiping your ass and peeing everywhere. The entire purpose of the soap is to get those germs off of you, and if you're not using soap, the germs are still on your fucking hands. Best $50 I ever spent was for a bidet attachment for our toilet. You know, I need to talk to Sam Cedar about what's it called? Is it is this the squatty potty? What is the bidet? Hello Tushy. Yes. I need to get that sweet Hello Tushy money. I'll sell you guys bidets. I'll sell you guys bidets all day long. The sea bidet. Okay. Let's see here. So we got 10 additional subs. Yep, you guys did it. You guys did it. We hit 100. We did it. I think we're at. Yeah, I think that's where we're at. Let's go. All right. I need to use the bathroom really badly, speaking of bathrooms. But before I go, hey, did you guys know? 20 actually? We got 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. Oh, the Twitch subs count as half. They count as half. I need to make that more clear. That's where the 0.5s come from. But yeah, because Ashley gave 5, Paladin gave 5, and then the 5 from Kimura Luna. I'm trying to subtly bring you guys over to riverboat.gg, can you tell? But we will cover this. Jesus, Entrama. And if you are, I know that Kima gave 10, but I count the Twitch subs as half. Because Jeff Bezos takes half of the gifted sub value over on Twitch. Yeah. It's the Bezos tags. Sorry, I need to make it more clear. It's my fault. But chat, we've been streaming for 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, come on over to riverboat.gg. Type it into your browser. Come join us. You can be in the on-screen chat. You can meet a lot of cool friendos, and you can laugh at conservatives with us. And I don't know, you can just be a all-around cool dudette, duder, which is the gender neutral version of dude. And yeah, please come join us. I will be using the bathroom, and I need a Hello Tushy because I'm about to drop a deuce. But I love you all. VCC TV, thank you for pulling up, and thank you for letting us know that you use all pronouns. BRB. Also, Matt Walsh is a turd. The end. End of segment. But yeah, consider gifting some subs, bits, whatever while I'm gone. Top of the hour ad break and all that. Anyway, remember when that guy came in and said that transphobia wasn't breaking conservative brains, and then immediately I pulled out the post about the guy talking about tranny semen nonstop for like weeks? Good times. Anyway. Hello, nerds. Chat, has Jack covered the Tara Reade thing? We did. I have a personal Tara Reade story. I asked her what her thoughts were on the allegations against Caleb Maupin, and she blocked me. Then she sent her followers to call me a rape apologist. That is a really weird thing to do when being asked about the rape accusations against Caleb Maupin. Huh. Weird. Yo, what the fuck? Why did Twitch mark me as unfollowed? Twitch has been, like, having some accounts unfollow me automatically. It's real weird. I don't know why. Crazy how Tara Reade is now trying to renounce her American citizenship. So strange. Did I hear about the Republican from Utah that wants to quit the House? No? The departure would reduce the party's 5-seat majority in the House and set up a special election. He plans to resign from Congress. Yeah, Chris Stewart plans to resign. Why? I'm gonna guess that he's gonna say it's because of it's because he wants to spend more time with his family, and there's like that clearly means something real bad is coming down the pipeline. Oh wait, no. This isn't just okay, yeah, this isn't just, I thought this was in the state house of Utah. No, this is a national issue. Oh, goddamn. Chris Stewart is a racist and a ghoul. Yeah, but usually conservatives get away with that, you know? Like, they don't care about being racist and ghouls. Their base likes that. Interesting. There isn't even, like, an official, like, statement about why. I'll take a look at the Salt Lake Tribune, which I can't look at because... Okay. Yeah, nah, something's coming down the pipeline. According to the Tribune, like, he announced... Okay, yeah, no, something's coming down the pipeline. Chris Stewart announced today, and in the reporting on it, the reporting is saying he could resign as early as this week. Yo, yeah, he's getting ahead of something. He's getting ahead of something here, guys. I don't know what it is, but literally nothing in the announcement of his resignation indicates why, and his office is not responding to requests for comment. And also, worth noting that his re-election was only in 2022. So, he's only been in office for, like, a year. Like, less than a year, even. Like, he's resigning because something is fucking coming. There's a storm a-brewing. Yeah, in 2022, he defeated his challenger Nick Mitchell by almost 30 percentage points. So he was immensely popular in his district, Utah's second. And that's strange as hell. I don't know what could be coming down the pipeline, but it's got to be real bad if he's resigning from Congress. However, I haven't heard of this. Well, Spectral Pyre, it literally, the story broke like 9 hours ago. Like, it's It's very recent. Yeah, let's I'm using my powers of prognostication to predict something's coming down the pipeline. We can play this clip in front of whatever story I cover that is why he resigned. What if he's one of those hogs that's a true believer, so his colleagues are doing theater and is mad about it? I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Nope. Because if that was it, Gamer G, he would put out a statement, you know? It wouldn't just be like a vague, "Oh, I'm resigning like this week." It would be specific. He'd be getting out ahead of it, giving a statement, you know, all that jazz. What the fuck is it about, though? This is interesting. We don't know. These people never relinquish power, which, yeah, exactly, Discord and Vol. So it has to be something bad. Also, hello, Kairyu. And, folks, you did it. We unlocked the Spirit Science Deep Dive, and I now require from you Spirit Science videos. Where should I start my Spirit Science journey? Where shall I begin? Very knifey duck, just immediately. This is an hour long, but you guys earned it, okay? Spirit Science, the history of the Earth, world, and mankind. Mankind here being two separate words. And you know it's good because it's 1080p. Well, let's learn about the history of Earth and mankind according to someone who bills himself as a spirit scientist. I feel like I need to be high for this. I'll be right back. Now, chat, the question I have... VCC TV, unfortunately, smoking in my state is not yet legal, but we do have some quite potent edibles that are legal for some reason. Now, my question is, chat, I can't eat an entire one of these because I am a lightweight. If I eat an entire one of these, I will green out, and it will be embarrassing. Now, I thought Minnesota just legalized it, but it's not going to, like, the bill isn't going into effect until August, I believe. Have two? Yo, if I have two, I'm gonna be like a drooling moron. I will not be fun to watch. Yeah, in Minnesota, Republicans accidentally legalized it for edibles. It's the funniest shit. The Republicans in the Minnesota Senate actually tried to, like, beg the Democrats to, like, have a redo, to, like, undo it. And they just said no and signed it into law. It was really fucking funny. And that is why I'm able to get these amazing pink lemonade edibles. Now, again, if I have one of these, I am going to be zooted as hell. So I'm going to have like a third, roughly. Somewhere between a third and a half. I've played Dragon's Dogma. It's so goddamn fun. And I'm really excited about the trailer. We watched it on stream a couple days ago. Oh, Metal Kitty Mom, I'd love if you made me edibles. Oh, before it actually kicks in, two things. I have a buffalo chicken pizza in my freezer. I might eat it. And two, I need to set my alarm for tomorrow morning so I make sure that this doggo gets to her surgery. Before I forget. Do 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 do. Well, we'll just get up at 7. Here we go. Make the pizza? I'll make the pizza, but I gotta make the pizza when I'm hungry. Also, chat, we've been streaming for almost 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, consider throwing some subs or donos my way so that I can continue to make amazing content like this for you guys. Is Samus friends with me? What does she think about me? She thinks you need to donate more so that she gets more treats. Get up at 7, press X to doubt. I gotta get up at 7 because I love my dog. Do 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 do. All right, here we go.
Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories.
Wait, why does he sound like the extra credits guy? Wait. Why does he sound like the extra credits guy? Is it just the same modulator? It's not the same guy, right?
Of the past have been changed, altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we
No, I don't know any of this.
The curve.
What? Precession of the oh my god, this is gonna be a brain fuck, isn't it?
On the precession of the equinox. Modern views of our history account for many things, but completely dismiss many very important pieces in the puzzle.
Oh no.
For example, the pyramids of Giza. There is no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made. Individual.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean there's no theory? They cut the rocks in one place and they moved it to the other place. What the fuck, dude? They had slaves. That's how they did it. That's the theory. The theory was slavery. No. Oh, this is gonna be fucking amazing. We are 25 seconds in to an hour-long vid. This is a 12-part series? What? Did you just condemn me to going through 12 hours of this? Okay, let's go, baby. I'm so ready.
Each block.
And we know where the quarry was. Amazing, Amber Rock. Amber Rock, maybe?
Cannot be pulled even with 50 men pulling it, let alone drag it.
Wait, we're 12 parts in already? Okay.
Hundreds of miles and then stack them on top of each other 450 feet in the air in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve. Not
what? We know how to build pyramids. What are you talking about? What? We know how to build pyramids. What are you talking about? I just man, literally, like we can build inverted pyramids. We're building modern pyramids. We got pyramids up the wazoo. What are you talking about?
Not to mention having it lined up precisely with both Orion's belt, a golden mean, and Fibonacci spiral, and be a primary nodal point of every sacred site on the planet. And that's just one example. Our history is not what we think. Many things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not. This has got to be the biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw some monumental discoveries that are rocking the foundation of what we think we know about ourselves. Many ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths.
Wait, question.
Such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad.
Why is he using, like, MS-DOT images? Why does it look like he stole this screenshot from an adventure game from, like, the mid-90s?
That were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove they existed. Then, one of them was found. This led to finding another, and then another. Inside one of these cities, archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth under this ancient city. The tablets were completely covered in text, written in cuneiform.
I'm noticing a distinct lack of specificity here. Like, oh yeah, some guys somewhere discovered a hole and they found a bunch of these tablets somewhere, and you know, they had writing on them and stuff.
And tell an ancient story that spans back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the Earth and the origins of the human race in great detail. Now, the first thing we all want to do is just say that they were making things up. They didn't know the history of Earth, and they were simply creating tales to explain where they came from. However, if this was true, how can we explain...
Who's they? You haven't even said where these things were found. Who are they? Where?
How they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know. Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system,
the
but so did the Sumerians. They described them all in great detail in these Sumerian records. They also knew about the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand, because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information from day one of their civilization. A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and had put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account matches the Sumerian record.
Thoth? What? 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 The Burb Man? Oh, great. Ah, yes. Zacharias Sitchin was an author of a number of books proposing an explanation for human origins involving ancient astronauts. Oh my god, this is gonna be fucking insane, isn't it? Oh my fucking... Nibiru!
Adamus and other channelings discuss it as well. If you see all of these records and sources, there is a huge connection between the stories. Now, this story spans back hundreds of thousands of years into our past. It talks about Tiamat and Nibiru, the Nephilim...
Tiamat's here? The D&D dragon? The Nephilim? Dude, what the fuck?
Seeding the human race, Adam and Eve, and the children of Lemuria. This portion of the story is really interesting.
Lemuria? The continent from Golden Sun, the Lost Age? That's crazy.
But not the most crucial to know. We're not going to be covering this at this time. We are, however, going to be picking up the story at the end of Lemuria and discussing the events of Atlantis up to present day.
What?
What I'm going to...
What the fuck, dude? This is like mashing so many different mythologies together and then like blending it.
Tell you is a mix of what these records say, along with what Thoth has told us for some finer details.
Wait, what do you mean what Thoth has told us? Do you mean the Birdman? How is he telling you?
Please have your own experience while watching this. I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying, decide for yourself.
I'm not saying this is fact, but I made a 12-part documentary on it, and also I'm being incredibly vague about all of my claims, and most of my info was provided to me by a bird. Let's go. This is incredible. Yes, originally the nations lived in harmony. The bird people, the longer-beaked bird people, and the beetle people. And then the Fire Nation attacked. And also there were magic tornadoes.
Long ago, when humans existed at a very high level of consciousness.
Oh,
we
those
were
are the ant people!
And we're very psychic. We communicated through thought and emotion, much
Wait, what? Okay, so, a long time ago, humans were around and we were very psychic. Okay, we communicated through thought and emotion. Okay, I'm following you, I'm tracking.
Like how animals do rather than speaking or writing, which would seem very—
What? Wait, what? Animals aren't psychic. They're not psychic. Jesus Christ. Oh,
very
God.
primitive. We lived primarily on a large string of islands called Lemuria, but there was a consciousness shift. We moved up in consciousness, and the islands of Lemuria sank beneath the oceans.
What?
At the time of this shift, a new continent rose out of the waters. We called it Atlantis.
What? Okay, there was a consciousness shift, and that caused the islands to sink into the ocean? Why? How?
Back in the early 1900s, the spiritual path of the United States was similar to what's happening today.
What?
People began to learn about meditation and study—
Wait, we're going from like 20 bajillion BC to 1900s? Okay.
The ancient lands like Atlantis and Lemuria. We actually found quite a bit of evidence that Lemuria existed, and it had to do with coral. See, the ocean floor does rise and fall. Coral can exist up to 150 feet under the surface of the water. In 1910, the surface of the ocean was probably higher because they were able to see coral rings heading away from Easter Islands for a great distance. These rings were estimated to be found at 1,800 feet, which means that for them to have existed, they would have had to be much higher and sunk slowly. Probably more important, they also found the exact same fauna and flora from the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the Easter Islands. This is a great distance, but if you look at a map, you'll see a long string. That string, according to Thoth, used to run along the western shores of Lemuria.
Yes, according to the bird god, of course.
It is only on these islands that have the same flora and fauna. Same trees, bugs, bacteria, everything. Science can only explain this if there were closer land bridges between these islands at one point.
Yeah, it's called the sea level rising or falling. As it does.
Although we were studying this at that time, World War I began soon after, and we lost interest in spirituality and the ancient lands for a very long time.
Studying sea level and coral has nothing to do with studying spirituality or ancient lands.
After the sinking of Lemuria and the rising of Atlantis, at first the human race became scattered. We moved to various islands and continents all over the world because we didn't have a home. Yet.
What? What? Why would we do that? Why would you leave your island homes and just sail aimlessly hoping that other land exists?
We didn't know where to go. At that time, there were about 1,000 humans at a very high consciousness, more than all of the rest. They were called—
There were only 1,000. I'm looking at this map, and I can't help but notice that's a lot of islands and space for only 1,000 people to inhabit.
Islands and continents all over the world because we didn't have a home. Yet. We didn't know where to go. At that time, there were about 1,000 humans at a very high consciousness, more than all of the rest. They were called the Nakals. Today, we know them as Ascended Masters. The Nakals began preparing Atlantis to be our new home. They projected their energies across the surface of the continent in the form of the Tree of Life. Not with 10 circles, but with 12. An extra on top, on the island of Udall, and an extra on the bottom in the water. There were 10 components on the mainland, and even though it extended over hundreds of miles on the surface, it was projected to the accuracy of a single atom. We chose to move to Atlantis because of the Kundalini. In humans, the Kundalini is often referred to as the energy serpent that runs up and down your spine.
What the fuck, dude? The energy serpent can be activated through meditation. Yo, this guy 100% got someone killed during COVID.
When activated, it provides an immense amount of energy through all of the chakras. The Earth itself also has a Kundalini because the Earth is alive, like an organism, running.
Where's he getting this stuff? Didn't this guy try and use this to start a cult?
From the center of the planet to a specific place on the surface. Wherever the Kundalini resides, the people there become the spiritual leaders of the world. The Earth chose Atlantis to be the new energetic center of.
How are you the spiritual leaders of the world when there are like 1,000 humans? What do you mean the world? What does that mean? That you're like the spiritual leader of like a small village? What are you talking about?
The planet. After Atlantis, the Kundalini moved to the mountains of Tibet, which is why the Buddhists were the leaders in pure spirituality for the last 13,000 years. It was a very pure
Zawarudo!
place. It moved again within the last 10 years, but that's a story for another time.
What?
If you want to read more, check out the book The Serpent of Light by Drunvalo Melchizedek.
There is so much bullshit in every microsecond of this video. It is insane.
Suddenly, in a single day, the Nakals breathed life into the Tree of Life on the surface of Atlantis. This created vortex.
The sad part is this has like less world building than my D&D campaign. That's the sad part about this. This is like a shitty D&D campaign.
Vortexes of energy rotating out of each and every circle. Once the vortexes were established, the children of Lemuria began to be called forth. Millions upon millions of Lemurians who had settled all across the planet began to be pulled toward Atlantis. A great migration began. However, the Lemurian body of consciousness had only reached the age of 12 as a planetary.
What? The Lemurian body of consciousness had only reached the age of 12 as a planetary entity? So no one was having sex then?
Consciousness. Because we were right-brained, we were a female species.
What?
Like a 12-year-old girl. And some
What?
of our centers weren't working yet. They had worked with these energies,
What?
but only mastered 8 of the 10. Each migrating Lemurian was attracted to one of these 8 centers on Atlantis,
What?
depending on the nature of the individual. There, they settled and began to build cities. That left 2 vortexes
How are they building cities with 1,000 people?
with nobody using them. Not a single person.
So, sorry, I'm still, there's so much here, so much here. So, hold on. We were a female species because we were right-brained, and that meant we were the equivalent of 12-year-old girls? Man, 1,000 mentally 12-year-old girls, yeah. Jesus Christ.
These 2 vortexes were pulling life toward them, and in life, you can't have an empty place. Life will find a way to fill
What?
it. Similar to if you were driving along a freeway, following another car, and you drop too far behind, someone will fill the place. That's exactly what happened on Atlantis.
What?
Though the Lemurians had only filled 8.
I have a sneaking suspicion that city planning is very different from driving on a freeway. I think that they might be a little different. It's just like the highway.
8 of the vortex areas. Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell. You can
The Mayans don't talk about Atlantis, you dumb fuck. Atlantis was made up by Plato as a philosophical tool.
You can see these records in the Troano document, which is now located in the British Museum. This document is estimated to be 3,500 years old, and it describes.
Sorry, I'm gonna Google that. The Tirano document. The Madrid Codex? Okay, let's take a look at it. The Madrid Codex, or the Troano Codex, is one of 3 surviving pre-Columbian Maya books dating to the post-classic period of Mesoamerican chronology, around 900 to 1521 AD. A 4th codex. What's the content? Okay, it's the longest of the surviving Maya codices. Its content mainly consists of almanacs and horoscopes. Okay, it also contains astronomical tables. Okay. Let's see. Codex is stylistically uniform. Okay, so it literally has nothing to do with Atlantis. Okay, neat.
Describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. To fill these 2 empty vortexes, according to Thoth, 2 extraterrestrial races stepped.
Why do you keep referencing according to Thoth? Why should we believe a Birdman? Tell me more about why I should believe the claims of this bird. I feel like I need this clip on repeat.
I'm losing to a bird.
Stepped in. Not 1, but 2 completely different races. The first race were the Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth says that they came from off-planet, but we don't know where exactly. The Hebrews were kind of like a kid who went through 5th grade and didn't make it, so they had to do that grade over again.
Oh my god. It's so racist. It's so anti-Semitic. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. So the Jews made it through all of history, but you know, they weren't doing good enough in life, so they had to be sent back in time to the beginning of all things to live it all again. It gets worse. Oh, I'm sure it does. I'm sure. It's really interesting. How do you know that they come from the future? And who sent them back in time? What is this Skynet reality?
They learned all the math, the left brain stuff, but they didn't get the right brain aspect of evolving consciousness, the doing.
Oh! That's why Jewish people won't make good bankers. It all makes sense now. Thanks, spirit science. They're actually all from the spirit future, where they learned math real good, and that's why they're good in banks. But they didn't learn the emotional stuff well enough. This is fucking anti-Semitic as hell.
They didn't graduate to the next level of evolution, so they had to do it again.
Oh my god, every sentence is worse. Okay, first of all, just pet peeve time. Wooga! Pet peeve time, alright? When people talk about evolution as if it is a step from, like, a lower level life form to, like, a higher quality life form, okay? Evolution doesn't work that way. Like, if something is more evolved, that doesn't mean it's better. At all, actually. Like, yeah, it's not like Pokemon, actually. Pokemon does not describe evolution very well at all. Yeah, it turns out bacteria are way more evolved than us, okay? Bacteria, they're evolving like every 10 minutes, okay? We're not evolving that fast. We are not as evolved as bacteria, but we're still more complicated organisms. It just means better adapted. Exactly, Salmon Moose.
They knew a lot of things that we didn't know
There
yet,
aren't levels of evolution. There we go.
and brought many concepts and ideas to us that we weren't aware of yet. Now, if this is true, this would explain quite a few things about the Hebrew people in general.
Oh,
They
no.
seem to have many sacred geometries hidden within their culture.
Oh,
it also
no.
puts perspective on the story of Exodus. Perhaps Moses incarnated into that lifetime to free the Hebrews because they were not direct descendants
What?
of humans and were being treated unfairly. Or could
What?
it be that Moses was visited by an ascended...
Wait, his contention is that Hebrews aren't even human beings? Oh my god, dude.
master of the Hebrews who guided him to free their people. Given what we know about dimensions and consciousness, it definitely puts a fresh perspective on old stories that didn't make much sense. We could talk about this more, but let's continue for now.
That's wrong. I've reached evolution level 3000 by believing in space Jews. Jack is lying to you all. Oh no. Okay.
There were no problems caused by the Hebrews coming to Atlantis. They actually benefited our evolution. The other race that—
Oh, well, as long as the Hebrews benefited our evolution, well then, I guess that's okay.
stepped in caused big problems. These beings came from the nearby planet of Mars.
What?
See, according to Thoth, Mars looked very much like Earth a little less than 1 million years ago. It was beautiful. It had oceans and water and trees that were just fantastic. But something happened to them, and it has to do with something called the Lucifer experiment.
Oh shit, you guys told me about this. But also, I can't help but notice that, apparently the Hebrews didn't come from space Mars, okay? They didn't come from future Mars. You guys lied to me. But, let's learn more about this Lucifer experiment.
From the very beginning of creation, everything is simply an experiment. Creation itself was just consciousness creating and inhabiting itself in that creation. There is no divine plan. Spirit can do whatever it wants.
Uh-huh.
Having said that, if Spirit decides to cut itself off from the rest of consciousness—
Yo, if we played a drinking game with every time this motherfucker mentioned, according to Thoth, or Thoth, that's actual alcohol poisoning. We'd all be dead.
and create a separate reality on its own, it can do that too. This is called the Lucifer experiment. Because Spirit is God, it can do this. There is nothing wrong with that. We've kind of been led to believe that Lucifer is evil and the devil. This just isn't true. Lucifer is just another means of perceiving the reality. It is not a unity perception of oneness, but rather a duality perception of two-ness. There's a flower of life pattern for Lucifer as well, but that's a big topic for another time.
This is stupid, and I hate it.
Anytime the Lucifer experiment has been attempted in the universe, it always ends in failure. The species will cut itself off from love and will become incredibly male, left-brained. What always
The species will become too masculine. The biceps will just get bigger and bigger, and it'll be like that scene from Predator, except the biceps continue getting bigger until they explode the planet. Much like what happened to Mars.
always ends up happening is that everyone becomes very greedy. There is no compassion for one another, and everyone ends up fighting until they end up killing themselves. More than 1 million years ago, the beings on Mars joined the Lucifer experiment, and it failed dramatically. Basically, they cut themselves off from the unity of the universe and created a separate reality. When the Martians severed the love bond, they became pure male, logical beings with no emotions.
Ah, yes. As we know, men are perfectly logical. Men are just perfectly logical. Perfectly logical beings without any problem with their logical faculties. Quick, everyone, throw estrogen into the water. The trans women will save us. Oh, God.
What happened on Mars was that they ended up fighting. Mars became a battleground. Eventually, it became clear that Mars was not going to survive. They blew their atmosphere away and destroyed the surface of the planet. Nova recently did an episode on planetary magnetics, and they found some interesting things about Mars. The planet didn't have a magnetic system, however the surface was magnetized, implying that at one point it did, but that something happened. Now, we've been discussing the star tetrahedron—
Yeah, the solar wind blew it away because it wasn't able to maintain an atmosphere. Like a thick enough atmosphere, yeah.
before, and now I want to give you a brief understanding of the Merkaba.
Or something to do with like its inner core. One of those two things.
The Merkaba was known in ancient times as the Chariot of Ascension. It is the star tetrahedral energy field around the body. All around the—
Oh, of course! Everyone has a star tetrahedral energy field. Dodoy!
world, there are references to this in ancient texts. When activated to its full potential, the Merkaba, which is both a tool and part of your being, can be used to do the impossible, included but not limited to changing dimensions and traveling through the universe.
Damn, that's crazy. And out of all the universes, you chose to be in this one? Sounds pretty cucked.
Before Mars was destroyed, they built huge tetrahedral pyramids. They built 3, 4, and 5-sided pyramids, eventually building a...
I mean, Bisadu, they're making a lot of appeals to empirics, and it's all just insane. It's all none of the appeals to like empirical information that they are making is accurate at all.
Complex that was able to build a synthetic Merkaba. After 1 million years or so, it's been eroded, but the proof is there. Now,
of course. Yeah, you just look at that one picture from space. You clearly it's an interdimensional traveling chariot, of course.
because the Martians were severed from the Unity consciousness, they couldn't create a living Merkaba. They simply used it as a tool. They created a synthetic Merkaba to travel in time and find a new home. A small group of Martians tried to get away from Mars before it was destroyed, and that place they found was Earth. About 60...
They didn't build it big enough for all of them? Idiots.
65,000 years in our past. They saw this little vortex sitting there, just pulling in life, with no one...
God damn it. Hey, Loki Rowan. We are watching actual brain rot.
...in it. They didn't ask permission. Being part of the Lucifer experiment, they just said, alright, let's do it. And they stepped onto that vortex, and in doing so, they joined and changed our evolutionary path. So...
No! Everything was going fine until the men attacked. Everything would have been fine if we had just been left alone with our 12-year-old women brains, 12-year-old child brains, you know, that are right-sided, so as to be all emotional and junk. But then, the Men Nation attacked, and everything was destroyed.
Lilith's father, Thome, was one of the Nakals who set up Atlantis on the island of Udal. That island, the top of the Tree of Life, was the brain of Atlantis, and on it was a small city called Poseidon. This city...
Oh no, Metal Kitty Mom, this is absolutely a cult recruitment video. Like, this guy started an actual cult.
...is what Plato was discussing when he said that Poseidon bore 10 children, the 10 circles on the Tree of Life. Poseidon was made of 3 rings painted in black, red, and white stones, and it was the symbol for Atlantis. The inner circle represented the Nakals. The middle circle were the priesthood, called the Maya, and the outer circle represented the regular people of Atlantis. We'll come back to this down the road.
Wow, it's real nice to see the Mayans getting the respect they deserve in this weird religion, I guess.
There were only a few thousand Martians who came to Earth through the synthetic Merkaba. The first thing they did when they arrived...
Whoa, a few thousand Martians? But there were only 1,000 Nakals, according to the history. So the Martians outnumbered the Nakals like 3-1, 4-1, 5-1? Damn. The Nakal's about to get wrecked.
...in Atlantis was try to take over the continent. They tried to declare war and invade. However, they were vulnerable due to their small numbers, compared to the millions of Atlanteans, and we find...
Wait, where did the millions of Atlanteans come from? There were only 1,000 Nakal!
...we subdued them. We were able to stop them from conquering us, but we could not send them back. When this happened on our evolutionary path, we now had the planetary...
Wait, why could we not send them back? They used a interdimensional traveling device to get here. Why didn't we just build another one? We were able to think Atlantis into existence, so like why is thinking Martians back to Mars too hard?
...consciousness of a 14-year-old girl. The Martians were an incredibly male species, and also very old. So what you had was a 14-year-old girl being taken over by a 60 or 70-year-old man.
Sus. Sus as hell, my dudes. Okay. Alright. They not only were they all men, they were all rapey old men, I guess.
We had no choice in the matter. The Martians just stepped in and said, like it or not, we're here. They didn't care what we thought or felt about it.
What do you mean? You just said the millions of Atlanteans beat them in war. What are you talking about?
Really, it was no different from what the settlers of North America did to the Native Americans.
Every sentence of this video is worse. and contradictory too. Again, he talked about how the Atlanteans stopped the Martians. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Once the initial conflict was over, it was agreed that the Martians would try and understand this female thing they lacked. This emotional feeling, which they had none of at all. Things more or less settled for a while, but the Martians slowly began to implement their left-brain technologies, which the Atlanteans knew nothing about. One after the other, the Martians...
They're tiny little men symbols. What the fuck, dude? I guess women just can't invent things? Women can't invent things. The men came, and they started inventing things. Horrible things. Sexy things.
kept putting out these left brain inventions until the Atlanteans slowly began to see things through their left brain. We slowly began to become a male species. The
What?
Martians gained control, bit by bit,
That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works.
until eventually they had all of the power, as was their intention. The animosity between Atlanteans and the Martians never subsided, not even till the end of Atlantis.
Wait, where do the Hebrews fit in all this?
They hated each other. The Atlanteans were shoved down and treated like inferiors. It was like a marriage that the female component didn't like, but the male component didn't really care if she liked it or not. It remained this way for a very long time, until about 26,000 years ago, when the next phase slowly began.
What the fuck?
Before we
dude?
continue, we have to talk about polar shifts. See, in the 1930s, Edgar Cayce was channeling information for a geologist when he stopped and he said, "There's something you should know. In the near future, the Earth's poles are going to shift." Cayce was a brilliant man with a very strong connection to higher dimensions, where he communicated with other beings for the human race. Ultimately, it was because of his channelings that the belief system called New Age was created. This is again just putting what he was doing into boxes of understanding, because no one else understood what he was doing at that time. Nevertheless, when Cayce talked, people listened. Geologists began exploring the possibility of a polar shift, and they found something remarkable. A string of major pieces of evidence came forth and lent tremendous weight to what Cayce was saying, and they have now changed the world's view on the subject. Scientists believed that if there was going to be a physical pole shift, there would also be a change in the magnetic poles. Through studying lava beds, geologists were able to see where the planetary magnetics were when the lava
How the fuck does any of this have to do with anything you've been talking about, my guy?
beds hardened at certain depths. They found that the earlier magnetic poles were not where they were now, but in Hawaii. The last shift that took place was 13,000 years ago, and we will get there in the story soon. They did another test and found that it had shifted again 26,000
Ah, of course. The fall of consciousness was 13,000 years ago. Before the Fire Nation attacked.
years ago as well. Scientists also learned that polar shifts happen very quickly. In a single day, the magnetics would do a complete flip, or turn 90 degrees. There's that number again. And within 24 hours, the sun would be rising differently than it did the previous day.
That's not what a magnetic polar shift does. If the magnetic field shifts, it doesn't shift the planet's axis. That's not what that does, actually. If the polar shift happened, the planet would stay exactly where it is. It's just your compass would point to a different north.
This shift has happened hundreds of times over the last 100 million years on Earth, but it's speeding up now and happening faster and faster. Now only 13,000 years between each shift. A
That's not true.
whole new viewpoint is beginning to be understood. From space, would this not appear as a pulse? Now, there's a lot more to talk about with polar shifts, but I'm going to give you the basics. A scientist named Charles Hapgood was studying this at great detail because the leading theory behind what caused polar shifts was still underdeveloped at the time. He came up with a theory that demonstrated to be possible through various experiments. Through these experiments, they learned that the surface of the Earth, the crust, could slip over the main mass of the Earth, which continues its rotation as if nothing happened. The crust would rotate and spin out of control until eventually it settles again in a new location.
What the fuck? No! No, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen at all. In fact. Holy shit, dude. Chat, if you didn't catch what he just said that essentially the crust of the Earth just, like, floats around. Like, just completely flips. Like, as in, the crust of the Earth moves the position of everything relative to the sun. This is fucking insane. I mean, it technically does, but not the way he's suggesting it does. Not at the speed it does, like he's suggesting it does. Exactly, Metal Kitty Mom, you get me.
Aligned with the new magnetics. During this time, there are massive earthquakes and tsunamis and devastations that rock the world. Doesn't that sound a bit like the destruction described in the Book of Revelations? Now, I don't...
No? No, actually, it doesn't. I've read Revelations multiple times. No.
Want to freak anyone out. Besides Edgar Casey's account, many other ancient prophecies, including Nostradamus and Mayan prophecies, have talked about polar shifts in one way or another. And modern science is becoming increasingly aware that there is going to be a polar shift in our near future, which is lining up with our consciousness.
True, my female brain is too preoccupied with emotions to invent new ideas or wrap my mind around his logic. I can't question him. He has a male brain.
Shift, though they don't take that aspect into account. It's funny actually, a while back, Nova did 2 reports on polar shifts, and both times NASA shut them down. Then recently, Nova released a new video called Earth's Magnetic Storm.
What do you mean NASA shut them down? What are you talking about? NASA can't shut Nova down. It's a PBS show.
Video shows all of the evidence for pole shifts without actually using the words pole shift. It's almost as if a specific company doesn't want us knowing about this and the evidence that's been brought forth.
NASA's not a company, it's a government organization. What are you talking about?
Polar shifts are directly related to the magnetics of the planet as well. Planetary magnetics are supposed to look like this, but the reality is much different. Our magnetics have been weakening over the last 500 years or so, and today, they look a little more like this. It was the magnetics becoming more and more warped that's causing many of the problems we've seen in the last 20 years. Birds follow the magnetics of the planet to migrate, and they've been ending up in places they shouldn't be. Whales were continually beaching themselves in the 90s because they followed these magnetics, which led them to land where there should have been water. As for humans, you know how on the night of the full moon there are more rapes, murders, and violent crimes than any other night of the lunar cycle? Well, the
Citation needed? I don't know if that's true or not.
moon affects the magnetics of the Earth, slightly. But the magnetics are so warped right now, it's affecting how we think and act as a planet. Our collapse of social structure is related to the geomagnetics of the Earth. Or perhaps it's the other way around. There's one other thing that we need to discuss about polar shifts. They always line up with a consciousness shift. They are interrelated. Thoth lived on Atlantis for a very long time, and he told us that he saw the Earth shift 5 times, watching the sun rise in the east, and then the west, then the east, then the west. This is how to explain why during a consciousness shift at the end of Lemuria, it sank beneath the oceans and Atlantis rose. If the
Oh, interesting. People have done studies on whether or not the moon affects crime rates, and have found that the full moon does not, in fact, produce more crimes. Strange. Curious.
Crust was spinning randomly around the planet, many geological events such as continents rising and falling would take place. Now that we have an understanding of polar...
Well, so I now understand why he's obsessed with the Earth's crust, like, sliding around rapidly over the course of, like, thousands of years. And it's because his conception of the universe does not go back billions of years. Like, he can't actually argue that, so instead it has to be a much faster process.
Shifts, we can continue with this drama on Atlantis. 26,000 years ago, we were exactly where we were today on the precession of the equinox. We had gone through our falling asleep phase, and we were about to begin waking up. It was at this point that there was a small consciousness shift. We actually went down in consciousness, not up. A piece of Atlantis about the size of Rhode Island sank into the ocean. This caused a tremendous amount of fear within the Atlanteans, because they thought they were going to lose the whole continent, like what happened with Lemuria. Because of the consciousness shift, one of the bigger things they lost was their connection to the future. They couldn't foresee big events such as the potential sinking of their home. After about 200 years, this fear began to subside. Now, in both the Bible and the Sumerian records, the accounts of Adam, Eve, and all of their children were recorded to have exceptionally long lifespans, like 900 years or so. So 200 years for us back then
Thanks,
is like
Purple
20
Gold
years for
Anime
us today.
Hero.
We'll explain how we got there soon.
Much love to you
Things
too.
kind of settled for a while, and then between 13,000 and 16,000 years ago, a comet approached the Earth.
What?
Because we were living at a high consciousness.
Okay, but wait, I want to these factions were really hyped up. You know, we had the Hebrews, we had the Martians, and we had the Knuckles. What are they doing together during all this time? How are the Hebrews doing? I want to check in on our time traveling remedial students. Apparently,
across all dimensions, the Atlanteans became aware of it before it hit. A great conflict occurred in Atlantis. The Martians,
Why?
who were in the minority, even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology.
Why?
However, the Knuckles had learned of the comet's true nature, and the Atlanteans protested. They said that the comet was in divine order. They had to allow it to take place naturally. Let it hit the Earth. That's what's supposed to happen. The Martians fought the Atlanteans, but in the end they
What does that even mean? Like, it's what's supposed to happen? You're building cities. Cities aren't naturally occurring. They aren't supposed to happen any more than a comet is supposed to happen.
gave in. The Martians agreed to let it hit the Earth. When the time arrived, it came screaming into the atmosphere, plunging into the Atlantic Ocean just off to the western shores of Atlantis, near where Charleston, South Carolina is now.
What?
Only that was at the bottom of the ocean at the time. The remnants of the comet are now scattered across 4 states, and science has definitely
yes.
the ocean at the time. The remnants
Not the actual crash site. I too remember the gigantic crater in South Carolina. Man, who can forget their first time visiting the crater?
remnants of the comet are now scattered across 4 states, and science has definitely determined that it hit at least 12,000 years ago, if not more. They're still finding pieces
Oh
today.
yeah, I am Nick. Absolutely, that's part of the reason they use this voice modulation. Like, they're speeding up their voice so they can increase the rate of bullshit they spew, so it's impossible to fact check all this shit.
Although the main portion struck near Charleston, a few fragments actually hit the main body of Atlantis, crashing into an area right where the—
Wait, Atlantis was off the coast of... Wait a minute, Atlantis was off the coast of Charleston?
Martians were living, killing a huge portion of their population.
Okay.
They were pissed. They said, "It's all over. We're divorcing you, and we're gonna do whatever we want. You can do what you want, but we will never listen to you again." We know this whole bit. We've seen it in divorced families throughout the world.
This guy's radiating divorced, like, kid from a divorced family energy, but, like, the most negative version of that, you know? Like his parents had just a terrible divorce and were very bitter, you know? Oh, he's a divorced dad. You don't say. Interesting.
And the children? Well, look at our modern world today. We are the children. You can guess what the Martians did next. Their primary...
Well, just look at the modern world today. We are children. What? What? He procreated? God, I hope not.
interface with the reality was control, and when their anger rose to meet their desire for control, they decided to take over the Earth. They began
Wait, Armored Skeptic is like an ancient aliens guy now?
to once again create a complex...
Okay, we don't know for sure he's a dad. Gamer G was doing the unthinkable, going online and spreading misinfo.
like the one they built on Mars long ago, to try and create another synthetic Merkaba. If they had succeeded, they would have gained control over everything on the planet. The only thing was, around 50,000...
Why didn't they just do that in the first place? They had so much time to make a synthetic one of those.
1,000 Earth years had passed since they had built a Merkaba, and they didn't quite remember how to do it. But they thought they did. The Martians built the buildings in Atlantis. They set up the whole experiment, threw the switch, and lost control. The destruction was immense. In this reality, you can hardly make a greater error than to create an out-of-control Merkaba. The experiment began to rip open the dimensional levels. Not the higher ones, but the lower ones. To give an analogy, if you took a knife and slit open your stomach, the stomach acids would seep into other parts of the body that it's not supposed to be in. That's like ripping open the dimensions. The Martians almost destroyed the Earth. The environmental disaster we are experiencing today is nothing in comparison, though today's disasters are a direct result of these events. Because of this tear in the dimensional levels, a huge number of lower dimensional spirits and beings were thrown out of their comfort zone and into these higher levels. They
Oh shit, the lower dimensional beings got thrown out of their homes.
were forced into a world that they did not know or understand.
Wait, this is just the plot of The Witcher.
To survive, they needed bodies and began automatically entering into the bodies of people.
This is just
For every human body, there were
unironically
hundreds
The
of lower
Witcher.
dimensional spirits inhabiting them. These beings were Earthlings, like us, but very different, not coming from this dimension. It was a catastrophe, probably the biggest the Earth has ever seen. The reason the Nakals were special wasn't just because of their incredibly high consciousness, making them like guides of Atlantis. They also had achieved what today we call immortality. Let's just say they figured out a
Oh, jeez, Rick, I don't want to go to a higher level.
way to keep their body healthy
Oh,
and young
geez,
for as long
Rick.
as they chose, and could choose to pass on whenever they desired it. When reincarnating, they do not suffer the great memory loss that we do when we incarnate. They did
Oh, okay, reincarnation is a thing, huh? Alright, cool.
it through their expanded consciousness and tantric interdimensional sex
We are a third of the way through.
meditations. This is how Thoth was a priest king of Atlantis for thousands of years and stayed on Earth until 15 years ago when he gave all of his memories and understanding about sacred geometry to a man named Drunvalo Melchizedek.
Why? Why did he do that? He was living forever, it seemed like. Also, why is he a bird?
The Merkaba is formed out of three
Oh,
star
we're not actually gonna follow up on that at all. Okay.
tetrahedrons overlaid on top of each other. Two of them are counter-rotating and the third is stationary. When the Merkaba is formed with the unity consciousness, it is formed internally with love.
Huh?
When it is formed externally through the Lucifer experiment, it does not have that love and can become unstable very quickly. The Martians' attempt at controlling the world took place on one of the small islands in the
Oh, Kairyu, you're gonna know so little about this by the time we're done.
west of Atlantis. This place today is known as the Bermuda
Yo,
Triangle.
would you do the interdimensional sex meditation? I don't need to. My sex is already interdimensional.
It's a triangle because the top of the stationary tetrahedron of the Merkaba is actually sticking out of the water there, which causes a huge electromagnetic imbalance in that area. Many planes and boats have reported to have gone missing there. They just vanished without a trace. The imbalance is multidimensional, and in many cases, these ships...
Oh my god, he's talking about the Bermuda Triangle. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. It's because of the stomach acid leak in dimensions. I had therapy today. Hello, Zoe Balls. How are you doing? I hope it's good, 'cause this video is gonna be awful.
planes have been sucked into different dimensions, never to be seen again. That Merkaba is still there on the seafloor today.
Well, you know, maybe they're doing okay in those other dimensions. We don't know.
But from what I know, it's going to be corrected soon. The Nakals did their best
Yo,
to
congratulations,
save Atlantis. They sent most
Rastabas.
of the lower dimensional beings back, at least as many as they could, and sealed up the dimensional tear. Despite this, the situation got really bad, really fast. All of the economic systems collapsed. Financial, social, and all...
Wait, there were economic systems? Wait, what economic systems were they using back then? What did they need money for? They could just think things into existence. How did these societies work? Well, welcome, Zoe Balls. I'm glad to have you here. We are... My chat unlocked a, they wanted to introduce me to this concept called spirit science. Apparently it's a YouTube channel, and this guy made a cult, specifically a sex cult. And I asked them to send me the first video I should watch. It's this, and apparently there are time traveling Jews. That's a major component of this. Yeah. Anyway, welcome.
concepts of how life ought to be completely broke down. Everyone on Atlantis began getting sick with weird diseases, and the entire continent went into a state of survival.
What?
Life was no longer about living. It became about surviving.
Wait, what do you mean a state of survival? What are you talking about? Hey, Bionicle. Man, there are a lot of white names in chat. Who needs a cult for sex? Just go to a club, right? Right? Just go to the club, get your crunk on, and then wiggle your butt at strangers.
Until tomorrow. It was a literal hell on earth. The Nicalls had no idea what to do. They were children compared to the events that had been thrust upon them. So they prayed.
There's a lot of really weird references to all of these people who've been alive for like hundreds, if not thousands of years, being children. There is a 1000% chance that this man, I'm going out on a limb, I don't know, this man looks at loli porn and justifies it because the children are all actually 10,000-year-old dragons, okay? There's a 10,000% chance that this man does that, and I will brook no disagreement. That my word is final.
They prayed to the highest levels of conscious life in the universe, asking for help from anyone who could hear them. The problem was reviewed on many high levels of—
Yeah, he gives you pedo vibes. The guy who started a sex cult is giving you pedo vibes. That's crazy.
life. Who I am drawing as the Justice League because the 11th and 12th dimensions are completely incomprehensible to us in our current state. What they told us—
What? Those two thoughts had nothing to do with each other. Wait, what? Oh my god. He just incorporated the Justice League into his sex cult.
So, they prayed. They prayed to the highest levels of conscious life in the universe, asking for help from anyone who could hear them. The problem was reviewed on many high levels of life, who I am drawing as the Justice League because the 11th and 12th dimensions are completely incomprehensible to us in our current state.
Just like the Justice League. Something comprehensible by children. I feel like I blacked out. Yeah, this feels like one long fever dream, don't it?
What they told us was this: we were going to fall. We were going to hit rock bottom, level 1, the lowest place we possibly could be in the universe and still survive. Also, we were changing polarity. We were no longer a female species, so we were starting from square one as a male species.
What?
And finally, and this was the—
Wait, so if you trans your gender in this universe, you have to start back at square one? That sucks.
shocker, we would only have 13,000 years to return to Christ consciousness. Normally, it takes hundreds of thousands of years.
We have to achieve Christ consciousness, Morty. Stop thinking about Jessica, Morty. Don't think about her sumptuous boobs, Morty. Stop it. You gotta be like Christ, Morty. Oh my god. What the hell, dude? It takes 100,000 years, Morty. We gotta do it in 13,000, Morty.
Years for a species to get to Christ consciousness. We had to do it in a fraction of the time. If we didn't, we would not survive. This has never happened before in the universe, ever. Thoth, who was the priest—
Damn, that's how you know the stakes are high.
king of Atlantis at the time,
Oh my
learned
God.
that they would have to perform this experiment on themselves. They received instructions from the highest levels of life and they went on their way. Thoth proceeded with a being named Ra and Aragat, who were previous kings of Atlantis, and began the experiment. To understand what they did, we have to talk about consciousness grids. A planetary grid is an—
Why? Sorry, just real quick. Why does it feel like when he says, "Oh, you know, it was Thoth, Ra, and Aragat"? Why does Aragat sound like the equivalent of like being like, "Yes, this is my friend Zephyr, and this is my friend Jubilania, and then there's Tim." Like, it just sticks out for some reason. I don't know why. Moving on.
Spirit crystalline structure that envelops the planet and holds the consciousness of any one species of life.
Wait, do remember he worships Emma Watson as the embodiment of Christ consciousness? What? You guys keep throwing new shit at me and I am just consistently baffled. God, I look like a mess today. We gotta talk about consciousness grids, Morty.
This grid does have an electromagnetic component associated.
I was thinking about dressing like a sloot today, and I wish I had, because it would make this way more funny. But maybe I'll dress like a slut tomorrow.
With the third dimension, but it also has a component for every dimension as well. These grids are geometric, of course, and science will eventually discover
Of course. Why would they not be geometric?
that there's a grid for every species in the world. Each of these grids have their own geometry and are unique. There's not another one like it, just as the species itself are unique. These grids give off light as well, and from space they can be seen as the source of the bluish glow around the Earth. What Thoth and friends had to do was create a synthetic Christ consciousness grid, allowing humans to ascend to Christ consciousness in a very short time. But first,
What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? What does any of this mean?
let's talk about the science behind the grid. Perhaps you've heard of
Yes, let's think about the science behind the spirit grid that will enable humanity to reach Christ consciousness. Tell me more about this science.
the 100th monkey experiment. Over a span of 30 years, scientists were researching a species of monkey called Macaca fuscata on an island in Japan. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes by dropping them in the sand. The monkeys liked sweet potatoes, but
So he took. Oh no, Zoe Balls. This guy literally argued that when the magnetic shield, what's it called? The magnetic field around the planet, when it shifts polarity, when it shifts around the Earth, you know, every like 20,000 years or so, he argued that when that happens, that changes where the sun rises on the planet. He doesn't know shit about shit.
they didn't like the sand and dirt so much. A few monkey children figured out that they could wash their sweet potatoes, and some of them taught the technique to their parents. Only a few of the adult monkeys did this though. This went on for some time, until one day, the monkeys who actually knew
Polly has his cracker. It happened like 3 minutes in. It was like the first thing we learned about this cult.
the technique hit critical mass. And bingo! The technique started spreading faster than it did before. Monkeys started learning it really easily across all of the Japanese islands nearby, as well as on the mainland. They knew that there had to be something that wasn't yet understood about how a species is connected to itself. So what did we do? We tried it on humans. Our research team made a picture out of human faces. About 100 faces hidden within a single picture, but at first glance, you could only see about 6 or 7. They did several surveys with a few hundred people in Australia and said, alright, find the faces. Most people could only pick out 6, 7, 8, 9 or so. Not many more. After that, the research team went to Britain and aired the picture on a closed cable BBC special that was shown only in England. They showed where all of the faces were, every last one. Half of the research team, which stayed in Australia, did the experiment again with new subjects. And lo and behold, people were just naturally able to see more faces. After this experiment, they knew that something definitely connects us all, and the field of noetics is learning more about it daily. It's mass consciousness. In Lesson 11, I showed you the 3 levels of consciousness. Each of these levels have their own consciousness grids around the planet, and our second level grid is based on squares and triangles. Many governments of the world, especially the Russian and US governments, were studying our grids back in the 60s and probably earlier. When mapping out the grid on the planet,
Yeah, we were studying the spirit grid around the planet that allows us to ascend to Christ consciousness. Okay, yeah, I'm tracking with you. That makes sense. No questions whatsoever.
you find little military bases on many of the nodal points of the grid. There are tons of these bases way out in the middle of nowhere, like on little islands like Guam. This couldn't be a coincidence that these government powers
Yeah, there's no reason why you'd want to build a military base on Guam. None at all. It's clearly because of the spirit power in the region. Oh my god. I hate this so much, but also I can't. This is really the YouTube equivalent of like seeing a train crash about to happen and not being able to look away. This is incredible. Marking, hello. How are you, lovely? Welcome to this insane menagerie of lies. Let's continue.
Place their bases right where the little spiral.
Yeah, exactly, Rustibus. Guam, the Pacific staging point. Guam, that Guam. No reason to build a base in Guam. Why would you want that? No reason at all. I am Nick. I like you. I hope you come back into chat soon. Menagerie of Lies would make a phenomenal album name. Hell yeah, it would. I'm full of them. I'm glad I'm high for this too. This is really nice, actually.
Came out of the grid. They were trying to take control of the grid, because if you control consciousness, you control what we think and feel. Of course, there was another—
No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, that is what that would entail.
organization that had its hand in both of these governments, and still do, and we will discuss them soon enough. This
What?
grid is visible through astral projection as well.
Wait, is that mystery group going to be the Space Hebrews? Because we haven't heard about them in a long time. I really want to know what happened to them, and I am hoping they're okay.
13,000 years ago, it began. Thoth, Ra, and Aragot were to create a global complex that was able to build a synthetic Christ consciousness grid over a 13,000-year time period.
This is such... Can you... Just think about the sentence you guys just heard. What a bunch of unintelligible mumble.
The first thing they did was—
Oh, Metal Kitty Mom. You have missed so much. When were you last here? We've learned so much. We've learned that apparently the crust of the Earth just slip and slides around, like all the time. It's wild. We learned that. We learned that Martians are evil and man-brained. Oh, okay. You've been gone for like 10 minutes. In the last 10 minutes, you missed everything about the spirit grid that Thoth and Ra and Aragot built in order to accelerate humanity's like spiritual development, and then like allow us to achieve Christ consciousness in 13,000 years instead of 100,000 years. Because I guess if we didn't achieve Christ consciousness, we'd be kicked down all the way to the lowest level dimension. And I don't know what that means, but whatever. Nothing matters.
to fly to a place which is now called the Giza Plateau, but back then it was known as the land of Chem. It was also a rainforest back then as well.
I'm sorry, the what?
For a 13,000-year time period. The first thing they did was to fly to a place which is now called the Giza Plateau, but back then it was known as the land of Chem.
Chem? I wonder who wound up living there.
It was also a rainforest back then as well, not desert like it is today. First, they created a grid around the planet fourth dimensionally, and then began to construct it.
Of course they'd create it fourth dimensionally. There's no other way to create a grid, guy.
In the physical third dimension. They went to the male energetic axis of the Earth and constructed a complex which today is called—
Oh, who knew that the Earth had a male asshole?
Called the Solar Cross. These men were sixth-dimensional beings at that time and were living at a very high level.
What does that mean? What is a sixth-dimensional being? What does it even mean? You don't even know what you mean. Shut the fuck up.
Of consciousness, so whatever they thought happened instantly. It was that simple. According to Thoth, he built the Great Pyramid, not the Egyptian king Cheops. Thoth says that it was built 200 years prior to the pole shift and built very quickly. These pyramids were aligned precisely with both Fibonacci and golden mean spirals emanating from out of the solar cross. Interestingly enough, Edgar Cayce also channeled that the pyramids were constructed in this time. The pyramids were also found to be built from the top down. The
Jesus Christ, man.
stones on top were placed first, which has baffled researchers ever since. Every time more is learned about the pyramids, we move further into dark on understanding how they were formed.
That's literally the opposite of how us learning about the pyramids goes.
If what Thoth says is true, well, that explains everything. From there, Thoth and friends
Wow, that's so convenient for you. That explains everything. I have something to tell you. I'm part of that bloodline. That bloodline? That bloodline. What does that mean?
Constructed an entire network of temples and structures along this grid fourth dimensionally, placing them on nodes on the new synthetic Christ consciousness grid they were creating. All of them were made with Fibonacci or golden mean spirals, and all of them were mathematically referred back to the solar cross in Egypt through the Great Pyramid. The creation of all of the sacred sites on the planet were no accident. It was a single consciousness that created them all, from Machu Picchu to Stonehenge to Zaghuan. You name.
Yeah, all of those created at very similar times, and all equally very impressive. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Sorry, just real quick. Okay, Stonehenge built around 5,000 years ago. When was Machu Picchu built? Let's see. Oh, it was built in the 1400s. Yeah, they were built all at very similar times. Crazy. Wild, I know. I think I'm finally finding some holes in this religion. Very knifey duck, you would like that. You'd have to pay me for it.
Name it. There are a few exceptions, but most were created by a single awareness as part of a unity consciousness grid. Although the Great Pyramid was done all at once, many of these ancient structures of the world were made fourth dimensionally and slowly dropped in frequency until they manifested on the third dimension over a long period of time. Richard Hoagland's research brings this forward.
I like High Riverboat Jack. I'm glad you do. I don't want to overdo it, because I think I also have a tendency to just like zone out, especially if I'm playing a video game. But I'm having a lot of fun right now. This is I think the ideal content to cover while I'm in this mental state.
But he wasn't the first either. They showed how one sacred site is extrapolated from another to another to another. A hot topic of discussion right now are ley lines. These are simply geometric relations between sacred sites.
Yeah. Just, it's the new hot goss. All the kids with the Riz are saying it's the new hotness. They can't get enough of those ley lines. Because, as the kids say, they just want to get laid.
Archaeologists are now finding these huge connections between major spiritual sites in the globe, and now we know why they're connected. These sites had to be built physically so that the Christ consciousness grid could manifest. In a way, think of the physical sites as the wiring of a giant wireless electrical system, and then it needs about 13,000 years of continuous energy flow for it to actually turn on. And just so that you're not—
To do what?
not left in suspense, yes, the grid was completed. It came to life and is now active, though not really used. Congratulations, Earth. We actually survived. Not only has Thoth told us this in person, but he's also written it down in the Emerald Tablet.
He's told it to you in person? Why didn't you get a fucking picture of him, you dipshit? That'd be a lot more convincing.
These tablets were left in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago. There are 12 tablets in total, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant—
Oh good, alchemy's real in this universe, okay.
to all elements and corrosion. Their atomic structure is fixed in place, and no change can ever take place. In that respect, they violate the material laws of ionization. These tablets share a great wisdom, and you can read them at over 100 different levels of consciousness, and you will always understand them differently.
100 different levels of consciousness, huh? Okay.
If you're interested in this stuff, you should definitely consider reading them. As you can probably tell, Thoth plays a pretty large role in what happened. Most of this information comes from him. Thoth also provided most of this information about the Flower of Life and its geometric relationship to consciousness with us, and this stuff is tied intimately to the geometry of the universe. Considering the quality and quantity of information that he has shared, it makes you really start considering that this next part can be true. The Great Pyramid has a legendary missing capstone. According to the Emerald Tablets, deep under the Great Pyramid there's a room called the Hall of Records. This room was not built by Thoth and long predates the Atlantean civilization. Within the Hall of Records is the capstone of the pyramid, which is 5.5 inches high, solid gold, and completely holographic image of the Great Pyramid. It has all of the little rooms and everything. However, this leaves us with a 24 square foot piece of the Great Pyramid that's missing. If what Thoth says is true, that missing piece actually belongs to a very special airship that exists on Earth.
What?
And the way to the airship is through the Sphinx.
What?
The Sphinx, according to Thoth, is not 12,000 years old, but dates back over 5.5 million years on Earth. Deep under the Sphinx, about 1 mile down, is a round room with a flat floor and flat ceiling. Inside this room is the oldest synthetic object on Earth. The object is about 2 city blocks in size. It's round like a disc and has a flat bottom and top. It is also only about 3 atoms thick, except for a pattern on the top and bottom which looks like this. This pattern is 5 atoms thick. Thoth says that it's powered by consciousness, thoughts, and feelings, and connects with your own living Merkaba, which means that it becomes an extension of you and your own energy fields.
What?
The ship is also intimately connected with the spirit of the Earth, and is the protector for the whole planet. Thoth built the pyramid the way he did to fit with the ship. When on top of the Great Pyramid, it creates this image from above. The disc ship has a circumference equal to the perimeter
No, carbon dating is of the Lucifer experiment, Zoe Balls.
Of the Great Pyramid. As we discussed in Lesson 11, whenever that ratio appears, life occurs. This ship can only be used by the purest of souls. See, whenever we approach the point in the precession of the equinox where our poles do these—
Oh, the Snuggle Kitten, if you missed it, the Merkaba are, interdimensional spaceships. And if you are, not of the Lucifer experiment, you can channel your consciousness and create one which is full of love. And that love will make it stable, allowing you to travel whither you will. As opposed to the, artificial one. Because if you've cut yourself off from reality via the Lucifer experiment, your Merkaba will actually be weak. It will be susceptible to the trembling nature of fear. Yes. I can't pilot the alien ship. My vibes are off. Oh no.
shifts, we become very vulnerable. Things often degenerate, and while things become chaotic, there are often other species who wish to take us over. This has always happened, not just with us, but with all evolving consciousness.
Wait, he said the ship was 3 miles. Look, he used a number. He's not a word man. He's a cult sex man.
Every time a takeover seems imminent, a very pure person will find their way to the ship and raise it into the air. The Earth and Sun will connect with that person and give him or her great power. Then, whatever that person thinks and feels will happen. And think about it. If consciousness is the primary core component of the entire planet, does it not make sense that it would have its own defense mechanism? This defense is an airship that plugs into the Earth and the Sun, allowing the Earth to have protection. Our takeover event actually already happened, the same year the Christ grid was activated. The year was 1989, and we were having some troubles with the Greys, a race of ETs who were slowly plotting takeover due to a previous scuffle we were having. A very pure woman in Peru made the ascension.
Who are the Greys? Wait, the aliens are real? Wait, what? Wait, I wasn't prepared. You guys didn't mention other aliens. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. We haven't mentioned them yet, but we've been beefing with aliens for some reason. Oh my god. This is incredible.
Process into the Christ consciousness grid and found the ship. She tuned it to the frequency of the 4th dimension, where she raised it through the Earth and into the air, and manifested a situation for the Greys to leave. Within a very short time, the Greys began getting sick, and remained sick for as long as they stayed here. They have been forced to leave for now, and we are once again safe. The ship is a warship in that whatever race—
Leave for where? Where did they come from? I feel like we should know their origins.
Trying to take over, the person will just think them away.
Also, I'm so glad we don't know the name of the pure woman in Peru. Unsung hero of our times.
Think up a situation and force them to leave. Returning to the events on Atlantis, after completing the complex in Egypt, Thoth and pals returned to Atlantis, where they waited for about 200 years until that critical point on the precession of the equinox where the poles would shift. They knew that Atlantis would sink, and they would be ready.
And her name was Betty.
Previously on Thoth and Pals.
Thoth, the poles are shifting.
Oh, the pole shift?
Yeah, whoa, what's wrong with your eyes?
I don't know.
When Thoth first saw
What the fuck? Why are there, like, why is this weird little skit in here?
signs of the polar shift, they returned to the land of Chem and raised the warship into the
Chem.
sky. They went to Atlantis and picked up the Nacals. The Nacals weren't just passengers though, and each and every being was working in unity to create a very powerful Merkaba around themselves and the ship. They returned to the Great Pyramid and landed the ship on top, forming
Wait, why would they all need to channel their Merkaba? Why can't just one person channel it? It's a 3-mile wide ship that amplifies your power. Why do you need all of them? Okay, whatever.
the phi ratio with the pyramid. And then, it happened. The poles began to shift, and human consciousness began to plummet. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic and magnetic fields of the Earth collapsed, and all life on the planet went into the Great Void, the 3.5 days of absolute blackness described by many ancient cultures in the world.
Okay, I feel like if the Earth... I'm sorry, I feel like if we just went from the Earth to, like, being in... Like, the sun is instantly snuffed out, I feel like we would just die. Like, no one would be alive in 3 days. It's only 3 atoms thick, though? Oh, yeah, true. 5 atoms where the... where the insignia is.
The Emerald Tablets say that whenever we go through a polar shift, we go through a void space as we change our frequencies for about 3.5 days.
Uh-huh.
This is also in the Troano document, depicted by 3.5 stones painted black. This refers to a time when we go through what science calls the electromagnetic null zone. During the pole shift, a phenomenon takes place where everything just seems to disappear for a certain time. Usually it's between 2 to 4 days, and the last time it was 3.5 days. Here's where it gets interesting. What happens to us does not usually happen to a normal species, because most advanced species will have their Merkabas handy at the time of the shift. We didn't, due to our little crisis, and we got sucked into the void space without protection. This resulted in us losing our memories.
What?
Science realizes that all of our memories are connected through cells in our brains as well as fields around our heads. What is not entirely
Okay, so we didn't have shielding, so we collectively got amnesia. Nothing up to now counted.
understood by science yet, at least not directly, is the connection our memories have with the planet itself. We've discussed this before. The magnetics of the Earth affect how we think and act. The Merkaba is an electromagnetic field that you create around your body that can serve as protection from void as you're consciously going through it. What happened to us when we didn't have that protection? It was a clean wipe. When we existed on Atlantis, we were living at a very high level of consciousness in a higher dimension. We had extremely advanced and sophisticated bodies and minds, and were capable of practically anything, living in a dimension where molecules were spaced so far apart that consciousness could interact with them without physically moving. It's
What? What the fuck? So now Thoth has his 6th dimensional powers of omnipotence, plus the consciousness grid, which grants control of all thoughts, plus immortality, plus double omnipotence from the airship, plus 100 times omnipotence from the space Jews, also using the Giga Warship. So how haven't we already ascended to the Spaghetti-O dimension yet? I have no idea.
It's hard to explain because you can literally shape your environment immediately through your consciousness in these higher frequencies. In that sense, we were creators, knowing and understanding oneness, beings of love. But then we fell. We dropped back down to this place called the 3rd dimension.
That's
We
not
also
how
fell in consciousness
evolution
back to zero.
works.
We forgot how to use the pineal gland, and it slowly shrunk to the size it is now, like a raisin, where it's supposed to be eyeball size. When this happened, we forgot how to breathe source energy into our bodies, and our lifespans went kaput.
Breathe source energy. Oh, okay, my mind went somewhere else.
Eventually, we went from 900 years to what it is today. We had not experienced this dense reality that we had before, at least for a very long time. We were kind of like a supercomputer that gets completely wiped. No operating system or anything. We had these advanced physical bodies, but we didn't know how to use them. This is why today we are so physically advanced compared to pretty much all the other animals in this 3rd dimension. For a time, the survivors of the Atlantean Fall, and there were a few, were literally hairy barbarians. We even had to rediscover fire. The reason we're having such a hard time finding evidence of Atlantis is because for the most part, the events of Atlantis took place on a much higher dimension than our physical Earth exists on right now.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. We can't find evidence. Oh, it happened to a higher dimension Earth. That's why. That, you see, that's why we can't find as much evidence.
Everything I've drawn of Atlantis can't be taken as that's what it looked like, because it didn't. This landmass did physically exist, but the Atlanteans were not inhabiting that dimension of its existence. If the warship hadn't been protected by the Merkaba, the Nicals would have lost their
The immortality through masturbation? Wait, what?
memories. They retained their memories when the Earth came out of the void and began their work once more. Thoth and 1/3 of the Nicals went to the Island of the Sun in Bolivia. Aragot and 1/3 went to Tibet, and Ra and the remaining third went to Egypt, where they waited. Now, we're going to begin bridging the gaps between this story and our current history. In between the fall of Atlantis and the dawn of our first civilizations, who were the Egyptians and the Sumerians, there was a 6,500-year gap between them. What was happening to us in that time? We have to look at this precession chart again. This is where we fell in consciousness, point C, and this was our falling asleep phase too. Thoth, Ra, and the Ascended Masters were waiting until point D. They had to wait for humans to just evolve themselves over a 6,500-year time period until they were advanced enough to actually receive this new information that they were going to provide. Sometime here was when the flood of Noah occurred. Because of the pole shift, the Earth went through an ice age. This is scientific fact. When the ice melted, it would have caused massive flooding. DNA is the physical manifestation.
That was the end of the argument? Okay.
Of who you are. It is your soul's physical aspect. What we are seeing in DNA is changes in the codons. There's 64 possible codons in DNA,
joke,
and
Malachi.
humans only have about 22 or so. What we're finding is that there are 6 more codons being activated within these children, and they are choosing 2 of the 6. These kids are what we call indigo and crystal children, and probably the super psychics as
well. And the super... Okay, yeah, Super psychic level 3.
Well. Now, this is a chromosome. Basically, what this is lots and lots of DNA wrapped into this weird H-like shape. This is located in every cell and is part of your body of consciousness. What Thoth tells us is that every level of consciousness seen here not only has its own consciousness grid, but its chromosome change as well. The second level...
Okay, so literally by ascending to a higher dimension, you get more DNA? Okay.
Where we are now has 44 and 2 chromosomes. To any scientist, this is basic biology. The first level, however, has 42 and 2, and this third level has 46.
You're not dealing with the average super psychic anymore.
And 2. The fourth and fifth have 48 and 2 and 50 and 2, respectively. The primary physically visible difference between these DNA in all life is height. The first level has an average height of 4 to 6 feet tall. The second level, us, has an average height of 5 to 7 feet. Third...
What? Okay, so you're the taller, the big grug. The bigger you are, the more evolved. If you're on higher dimensions, you get taller. When he said higher dimensions, maybe he just meant like physical dimensions, like height, width, etc. Maybe. Oh God! I'm a god.
Are about 10 to 16 feet, which we are about to translate to. Fourth is 30 to 35 feet, and the last is...
What? What? I'm sorry, the progression here.
About 10 to 16 feet, which we are about to translate to.
Oh, okay. Even men and women still remain different sizes. Well, that's good.
Fourth is 30 to 35 feet, and the last is 50 to 60.
Jesus
you may remember
Christ.
a being named Metatron, the Hebrew archangel, who is the perfection of what humanity is to become. He was 55 feet tall, that guy.
Exactly.
The last two heights are far in the distant future for us, though. This is a place in Egypt today called Abu Simbel. The first thing you...
No, he's not gonna say that these are statues to size. No, please tell me he's not about to say that these are carved to scale. Please, no. That's what he's gonna do. The thing was so big. Why was the door so small? Oh no! Oh God, this is terrible! I'm watching the train! No!
Is that these statues are huge, but with the information about the DNA, this paints a different picture. These beings would be in this...
Wait, I'm sorry. Does he think that as you ascend to higher dimensions, you get another You also get chromosomes that make you taller? Is that's the implication? You just get bigger. Oh no. This is terrible. Whoa. The only reason they'd make big statues of people is because they had big people. Oh no.
A 60-foot range if they were to stand.
I'm cackling. Holy shit.
No, 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 no. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Aw. Man, the Punisher TV series was so good.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no.
I opened it twice, my bad. Boop. Boop, boop.
Stand. They were at the 5th level of consciousness.
That's
These
my
beings on a
favorite
different
meme.
wall are 35 feet tall. 4th level of consciousness.
They're tall, so you know they're more evolved. Oh, God.
Here are some 3rd levels as well. Archaeologists saw this and thought that it meant that the man was just much more important than the woman, when in actuality, the kings of Egypt had 5 different names, one for every level of consciousness. Some of the kings were even able to translate into different dimensions, and that's how they guided the population with the power of the gods.
Uh-huh.
In Egypt, according to today's top archaeologists and researchers, the Egyptians and Sumerians both began their civilizations right around the same time from each other, within a few hundred years or so. Both of these civilizations emerged out of nowhere with perfect writing abilities that were not improved upon since. When they first emerged, they were extremely sophisticated and clear, and slowly degenerated over generations. No archaeologist can explain how this happened or explain how it could have happened. They placed Egypt and Sumer into a special classification called stair-step evolution. What happened was, one day,
For
Egypt
the record, they don't wonder that.
got its language, full and complete. Then the knowledge leveled off. And then it got another massive leap a little while later. Then suddenly, they knew everything about water and moat systems just perfect. Then, a little time later, bam, they're masters of hydraulics. How did Egypt and Sumer do this? Well, this is what Thoth
I wonder if they just continually learned new things.
said. When we were evolving on our own for 6,500 years, Ra and the Ascended Masters were waiting in an underground city beneath the Great Pyramid.
Secret underground city. It's really a single city-sized building. And this is all underneath the Hall of Records and next to the airship garage. Okay.
We'll come back to this in a bit. Thoth's son Tat formed a group called the Tat Brotherhood, which is a secret.
Wait, how are they having sons? How is this? How are they having children? Who are they banging? There are only 3 of them from their dimension.
Group that still exists today as protectors and keepers of the sacred temples. Today, they're still connected to the Ascended Masters. So about 6,000 years ago, some members of the Tat Brotherhood would wait until they would meet someone who could understand what they were going to teach them. When they found someone, they would just tune their frequencies to the 3rd dimension and walk up and tell them information flat out. They said, hey, if you do this and this happens. The Egyptians would say, wow, look at that. Then they would go underground, wait another little while, and repeat the process. Over a short period of time, the Egyptian and Sumerian evolution shot up in stair steps. As for the Sumerians, they also received a more detailed story by those who were assisting them. They described to the Sumerians in all of the details they remembered. They said, this is the history of the planet, write it down. The Sumerians knew about the precession of the equinox because they were told it by the Nacals from Atlantis. After this stair-step period, we began to fall asleep further. Things got worse once more. It was our falling sleep stage of precession, and although the Nacals had given us a boost, we were consciously dozing off. On that note, it's time for the story about the city under the pyramid. Keep an open mind about this because there is very little proof for what I'm about to say. For over
this is what you're prefacing with that. Okay. Yeah, okay, bud. Alright. Here we go.
40 years, Drunvalo Melchizedek has been studying human consciousness through sacred geometry and spiritual teachers and masters all over the world. In 1996, he was contacted by a source in Egypt who said that something incredible had been discovered. A stone stele came out of the ground between the paws of the Sphinx into the daylight. They removed it and dug into the earth beneath the Sphinx. There they found a room with 3 tunnels leading off of it. One of the tunnels, which went to the Great Pyramid, had another tunnel coming off it, and it was shielded by a wall of light. Bullets could not pass through this field, and people could not even get close to it.
Wait. You find a shield of light and the first thing you try to do is shoot it? Why? Why would you do that? That's your go-to?
But without feeling like they're going to die. The Egyptian government found a particular person who could turn off this field. They also had brought in Paramount Studios to film it, as they had filmed the opening of King Tut's tomb. They had a good relationship with Egypt. The government wanted several $1 million from Paramount, but at the last minute they asked for an extra $1.5 million under the table. Paramount was outraged and they backed off. Things were silent for about 3 months. Then, Drunvalo heard from a source again who was involved in all this, who said that 3 men shut off the light field and went inside. They found themselves inside a very large building that went on for miles underground, which was really the edge of a giant underground city, which was really just one giant building. Then, a little while later, an Egyptian archaeologist named Larry Hunter began describing the same thing, but more detailed. He said that the city was 6.5 by 8 miles wide and 12 stories deep, and the city was outlined by specific temples in Egypt. The 3 pyramids are lined up with Orion's belt, but there are also small temples for every other star in the constellation. Those temples map out the city underground and are made out of a special stone not found anywhere else in Egypt called Koinon stone. Incredibly enough, very recently, ancient tunnels were found in Romania that led to both Egypt and the inner earth. Now, I don't have time to go into detail.
What? Just real quick. I wanna know something real quick. Now, I can't help but notice here, chat. I can't help but notice on this map. If you'll notice, Romania up here. Egypt down here. They found tunnels in Romania that go all the way under the Mediterranean Sea. Then up again to Egypt. I'ma call bullshit on that one. You know, I'm putting the kibosh on that one. They were really tall, it would have been easy for them to tunnel. Oh, God. Romania is made of lettuce. Oh, true, kamikaze. True. Oh my God.
Detail about this particular story, but if you want, check out the book Transylvanian Sunrise by Radu Sinamar. To be clear, this is a theory that has not been accepted by the Egyptian government, but the underground city that Thoth said was there is, according to Mr. Hunter, marked by temples made of a unique substance, and the temples match the star pattern of the constellation of Orion. 4,000 years after the stair-step evolution, we were at our lowest stage of our evolution. We were hitting bottom on the awareness road. Suddenly, out of the darkness, 3 men came to Earth to give us a little nudge.
What?
Everything in ancient Egypt was synthetic. They had this entire...
Oh, is this gonna be Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad are all like they came to like they're aliens? Okay. Yep.
Of course.
Entire civilization based around achieving heightened states of consciousness, but they had to do it through
Good
tools.
night, Zoe
Now,
Balls.
we're not gonna look
Nice
at
to
each
have
of these
you
tools
here. Hope you come
individually,
back again.
But let me give you a brief overview here. This tool was used for transferring vibrations into the body. Along with that were the hook and flail. This little device was a kind of generator to increase vibrations, though there's not too much information available on it. This thing, however, was their most important tool, the Ankh. They saw the Ankh as the secret to eternal life, and they used it not as a physical tool, but as an energetic one. They would use this form and Ankh their sexual energy. Now, this...
I also like to Ankh my energy, if you know what I'm saying.
could be a huge topic on its own, like how energy travels up and down the body through a vertical tube between 5 energy channels that counter-rotate as they extend through the body, but basically, sexual
why didn't you mention the energy snake, Spirit Science? You mentioned it earlier. It seems pretty necessary for the entire energy process.
Energy is an incredibly powerful energy. We definitely abuse it today, but what the Egyptians knew was that when you had an orgasm, a very large amount of energy bursts from your root chakra all the way up your spine to the top of your head, and then it gets released. What the Egyptians would do was when the spiral of energy hit their heart chakra, they would onk the energy out of the back of their body and over their head and back into their body, where they would keep the energy and retain a massive energy boost. In other words, if you take a tuning fork and hit it, it will reverberate for a certain amount of time. Then, if you attach an ankh on top of it and hit it again, it will reverberate at least 3 times longer. The Egyptians were doing this with their bodies. Moving on, when Atlantis was first formed, the Nacals set up something called a mystery school. This is a special type of school where you learn about consciousness, and you learn different aspects of expanding your own consciousness, and eventually getting to a place where you become immortal. It usually took a very long time to achieve this state, and that's
So we have like we've established we're now in like recorded history, and you're alleging people can make themselves immortal. Okay, I'm feeling like we would have met some older folks by now, but okay.
And that's why there were only about 1,000 Nacals in comparison to the millions of Lemurians at the start of Atlantis. The first Atlantean to reach the immortal state was a man named Osiris. Ancient Egypt's mythology tells a story about Osiris, a man who was killed and cut up into pieces by his brother in an act of rage, and then the pieces were scattered. This event, perhaps less exaggerated than the myths, actually did happen, and it took place on Atlantis. Osiris's wife and sister retrieved the pieces, and upon returning the final piece, they restored the creative energy flow and brought his spirit back into the body.
I don't
Through
know
doing
that that's how any of
Osiris
this
became
works.
immortal, and he was the first immortal of Atlantis. This story is told throughout ancient Egypt on many temple walls, and I'm going to show you why. Osiris went through the 3 stages of consciousness. The first one was whole, the second was separated from itself, included physically, and the third was whole again. The Nacals used Osiris's understanding of how he became immortal as a template for how others could do it as well, only through consciousness, without needing to be cut up, of course. This eventually became what we would call the religion of Atlantis, but it was more of a deeper understanding that they were following. This template was also used in Egypt, which we will look at now. Through this stair-step evolution, we began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second.
He knows this because we got taller. It's very scientific, you see.
Before the fall, we had incredible memories. It wasn't this vague recollection that we have now, but today we might see it as full-tilt 3D holographic memory. After the fall, we still had a photographic memory, and could share these experiences with each other, which is called dream time. It is what the Aborigines of Australia still have today. Through the introduction of writing, however, we began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second. We lost our incredible memories, and became very separate from each other and ourselves. Thoth was the one who introduced writing, and if you look at ancient Egyptian culture, it even...
Chat, I really, really, really hope none of you are getting sucked into this by, like, me exposing you guys to this is not, like, going to convert any of you, I hope. I hope I've made it amply clear that this is all bullshit. Dream time.
It says, Thoth brought writing to us, as well as many other things. Now that we were in the second level, over time, things began to change, and a very serious problem developed, which if it hadn't been solved, it would have caused a major catastrophe in our own near future. Basically, in
No,
Egypt, the
Kamikaze,
Ascended
no.
Masters had used Osiris' genetic coding of changing chromosomes to show others the path of ascension. They developed a system...
Wait, what if he's actually Yaqub? Oh no. Maybe the Black Hebrew Israelite... the Black Hebrew Israelites are onto something, oh no!
Of 42 and 2 gods, with a lowercase g. They were actually called Neiters. Most will recognize this one. His name was Anubis. There were 42 and 2 Neiters, who were
More like
representative of human chromosomes.
Anubusi.
Each one of them showed a specific pathway of life or human experience, and people would follow these understandings to learn more about their life or their own reality. The problem developed when both Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt became more separated from themselves, and the meanings of these Neiters were lost. Over time, the drawings of these Neiters changed, and the meanings changed with them. People...
Oh damn, creator of Spirit Science Jordan Dutchnix admits to rape, and Blake Dyer, member of Teal Swan's team, blames the survivor. Oh shit, dude. I don't want to read about that.
People had no idea what they meant.
Good night, Ashley.
Then it got
Get
worse
good sleep.
when the Egyptian king Menes merged Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt into a unified country. Menes also merged the belief systems, so now you had 88 gods that people were fighting over to decide who was really God. This was an issue because now they had people not knowing what to believe, completely lost, separated from their understanding of their own divinity and God. Things became separated further, people fought over which gods were really gods. Today we look back and say, wow, they thought there were so many gods, when really, this wasn't the case at all. Even with the help from the Tat Brotherhood, we just couldn't get it right. There was one short
Damn, we got the Tat Brotherhood up in here? That's crazy.
period of Egyptian culture that most historians don't really understand.
The Tat Boys.
As it's written in ancient texts and hieroglyphs, for 17 and a half years, there was a bizarre new ruler that completely changed how Egypt was run. And his
Good
name
night,
was
Infinite
Akhenaten.
Paint.
Before him, there were only kings.
Wait, you had fun with
Akhenaten
the
was
Jewish
first
question
pharaoh,
part of the video?
Which meant that
I mean...
which you will become. He was also, believe it or not, 15 to 16 feet tall. At least that's how he was always depicted, and had an elongated skull.
Hey, very nice
aspects
feedback.
are related to Christ consciousness. Akhenaten abolished all previous understandings of God and tried to instill a one-God understanding in everyone. After 17 years, the majority of Egyptians revolted and Akhenaten was killed, soon to be replaced by someone else, returning to the old system. What actually happened? To correct the problem, Thoth got the help from Ai and Tia, who were the first immortals from Lemuria,
and
got them to mate interdimensionally to conceive a Christ consciousness being.
He had them mate Okay, so we are talking literal interdimensional sex here. And that conceived a Christ consciousness. Okay. This all makes so much sense. I feel like I'm getting more comfy with this.
Thoth said that he worked with the previous kings of Egypt to help achieve this, and Egyptologists find that Akhenaten came completely out of nowhere. It took some time, and there was a transitional period involving Amenhotep III, but soon Akhenaten was on the throne. Akhenaten used his time to bring Egypt back to a simple religion where there was one god, one reality. He used imagery of a sun disk to represent this. The priests in Egypt didn't like that because the religious beliefs were centered on the priests. Then he comes along and says, "You don't need priests. God is within you, and you can access God from within your own selves." Well, they didn't like that. He also pulled the military back and said, "Don't attack unless someone else attacks first." The military didn't like him either. Plus, the people generally didn't like him because they enjoyed worshipping their many gods. Eventually, they disposed of him. After all that, what did Akhenaten do that evidently saved humankind? Well, he developed a mystery school, with the intention of showing a small group of humans a way to ascend into the immortal state. Usually, it took hundreds of years to reach the level of immortality, and Akhenaten had 17 years to produce results. This was a very close call, but he did it. He actually showed 300 individuals the path to immortality in this short time. So after the general population...
Wow, that's great!
disposed of Akhenaten, these 300 immortals would go beyond Egypt.
Wait, he showed 300 people how to become immortal and he didn't become immortal himself? Idiot.
Thoth wrote in the Emerald Tablets that after ancient Egypt ended, he brought a man named Pythagoras into the Great Pyramid and taught him the geometry of the universe. That man then went on to found Greece, which was originally built upon schools for teaching geometry and the Platonic solids and all of that stuff.
True.
Thoth lived a lifetime here as well, where he was known as Hermes Trismegistus. Akhenaten's immortals became a group called the Essene Brotherhood. They first migrated to a place called Masada in Israel. Even today, Masada is known as the capital of the Essene Brotherhood. Now get this. In this brotherhood, there were two people in particular, a man and a woman. You might have heard of them. Mary and Joseph? See, it was part of the Ascended Master's plan that they would bring in a being who would show the pathway to Christ consciousness. He would come to Earth as a second-level being, a regular Joe, and achieve Christ consciousness through the course of his life. Then, the ascension process, the transitional experience from the second to third level, would go into the consciousness grid that was still being formed. He was able to transition because he was originally from these higher levels. That man is known today as Jesus, although his name at that time was Yahshua ben Hur. If Yahshua had not shown up, we would not have had that ascension experience available to us today.
Yahshua.
None of us would be aware that these higher levels of understanding even existed, and we would destroy ourselves.
Yeah, of course Pythagoras didn't found Rome, Bisadu. He founded Greece.
According to what Thoth said, Mary and Joseph mated interdimensionally. Mary could have been a virgin, physically, but she mated with Joseph in a way that would allow a soul from a higher reality to come down to Earth and have a human experience.
What?
Usually, this is impossible to do otherwise.
What?
Through Yahshua's work, he came here just like us, a total human being, but he went through these three important stages: final death, resurrection, and ascension, and gave us these experiences so that we could access them down the road. Now, as we all know, the story of Jesus has a missing piece. He was a child, disappeared for some time, and then showed up again when he was 30. In a book called The 18 Absent Years of Jesus Christ, the leading theories about where he went was actually out east to either the Himalayan or Tibetan mountains, where he became an enlightened guru.
What?
He brought his teachings back to the world after that. If you remember from part 1, the Kundalini of the planet was residing in Tibet at that time. They were very spiritually adept people living there, and remain so today. Now, on the topic of Christ, there's
He
something else I'd
probably
like to
did
bring
that,
up.
you're right.
The Lord's Prayer. Today, we know this as the only prayer that Jesus taught. But did you know it's actually a geometric prayer meditation?
Oh my
A
god.
man named Bodhi McCoy spent over 20 years working with this prayer and analyzing it with sacred geometry, and has discovered some incredible synchronicities. In his book, Live the Promise, he explains how the original prayer, not the extended version mind you, has 7 segments or thoughts, which align perfectly with the 7 chakras as well as
Good
the
night,
7
Robert
original branches
Adset.
of yoga. Bodhi teaches how to do this prayer meditation, as well as meditations him and his wife have developed based on the Lord's Prayer, called heart dances. It's really quite incredible to see how it all works with the pure geometries of the universe. If you wish to learn more, check out livethepromise.net. If you study Christian religion and Egyptian religion, you'll actually find that they parallel in almost every way except for the Egyptians' understanding of God. Most evidence shows that Christian religion came out of Egyptian religion, and then later they went back and discredited the Egyptians. Around 300 AD, there was a council called the Council of Nicaea,
Oh
which
my
was the
God, what?
syndication between the Roman political and religious authorities. Basically, the religious leaders and political leaders realized that they could unite and impose more influence on the people and control society through their
Okay, I know a fair bit about this time period. No, that's absolutely not what happened at the Council of Nicaea. The Council of Nicaea was a religious clusterfuck.
unity. It's right around this time that we begin to see the manifestation of the New Testament, which was put together from scriptures and stories, some new.
How high am I? I'm pretty zooted, but not toot-ooted, which is super zooted. Anyway, continue.
And some much older, which were renewed and superimposed on the life of Yahshua ben Hur, which today we know as Jesus of Nazareth. The term Christ actually stems back from much before the Bible. It comes from the word Christala, which is a word that derives from the original 7 core audible sounds of creation. When the creation of the universe occurred, the original tones were ka, ra, ya, sa, ta, ha, la. Christla actually was broken down on earth into 2 words, Christ, which soon became Christ, and Hla, which became Allah, which were broken down and changed through oral tradition. The symbol for Atlantis was 3 rings inside of the other. The inside were the Nacals, the middle ring were called Maya, and the outer ring were the Atlanteans. The Maya's job was communicating the messages from the inner circle out to the regular people of Atlantis. When Atlantis sank, the Maya took their knowledge, a crystal skull with memories of Atlantis, and their calendar. And when—
Wait, how many MG was this? Okay, let's see. What is approximately a half of 175? You know, a lot of milligrams, Nindrine.
out to what today is called the Yucatan Peninsula, birthplace of the Mayan
I
civilization.
can't do that, no,
Their
it's a
calendar
bad
is the
idea.
most advanced, detailed calendar on the planet, and it has its roots in Atlantis. Over the last few hundred years, a group of people have slowly monopolized the entire world into what it is now. Today, there are 13 families that are among the richest families in the world. They have their hands in next to every organization and government and control over 95% of the money. They control our modern world from the very tippy.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Bisadu, you did not lie. Oh my god. I was wondering where they were for the past hour almost. Oh no.
Top. Today, we like to call them the Illuminati, except that's not really who they are. The word Illuminati means enlightened ones, which was established long ago as a secret society that was focused around expanding knowledge through scientific and spiritual understandings. Secret societies were not originally bad, but rather consisted of those who just kind of got it. They understood information that the average person at that time would not accept and demonize. These societies had to be kept a secret because of the control that the church had and refuted against what they wanted to explore.
What are you talking
This
about?
is where Freemasonry originally comes from. If you do the research on the time periods, what probably happened was that the church, who had the majority of the control at the time, probably infiltrated some of these organizations to make sure that they were not creating plans to expose information and destroy the world order that they had created. This led to the church exposing some of the societies as devil worship and blasphemous, and fear of these groups rose. Over time, many secret societies branched off by those who were corrupt or previously infiltrated by the church, and gain more control through the church and large organizations that were being established. Today, there exist 13 families around the world who pretty much own the world, with over 95% of the money and a lust for greed, power, and control. More and more information has become present lately that many of these families may have DNA that is different than the rest of the human population. It is speculated that they share DNA that was passed down from the Martian race or other species races.
The motherfucking Martians.
They contain no love or emotion and are completely power-driven. This brings us to the end of the human history story for spirit science, but of course, it's not really the end. For one, we've only really scratched the surface of discussing many of these topics. Secret societies, for example, would take another 2 or 3 lessons to really get into. Plus, the human history story won't end because we're still living it, and what happens next is ultimately up to you. This story, while seemingly unbelievable and at times outrageous, does explain a lot.
No, it doesn't! It literally explains less! I understand less about the world, and not in like some deep, like meaningful way, like, oh wow man, you really expanded my view of the universe, and now it seems like everything I know is so small. Like, no, it's because it's stupid. It doesn't expand your view of the universe. It's stupid. I just know less. Just gaps of my memory gone.
Think about it. We've covered the Bermuda Triangle, the face on Mars, Jesus, what the Egyptians were doing, the rise of Greece, pretty much most modern religions, the reason we popped up out of nowhere.
I mean, I'm so glad we covered the Bermuda Triangle. That seems so relevant.
6,500 years ago, the stair-step evolution of those cultures, and the story of Atlantis, which has been elusive to us at the best of times. It also explains the Great Pyramids and their connection to all of the sacred sites on the planet.
Do you know people who believe this?
Tablets,
this is stupid.
The Emerald Tablets, Lucifer, and as for the Hebrews, if you read their Talmud, it actually seems to suggest that they're not from here. I'm not going to tell you to believe it.
Oh, well, you know... okay. I don't think most Jewish people would argue that they are... that their sacred texts mean they're from a different planet. I don't think that's the thing that most Jewish people do. Oh, God.
But it definitely puts some perspective on many questions and aspects about the world, which we generally just don't have conclusive answers to. Take it with a grain of salt, though. After all, it is just a theory.
It's not a good theory. Jesus. Chat. Oh God. Why is the sound mixing so bad? And you. Okay. That was so fucking wild. Source, I made it the fuck up. Now, chat, okay? I would just like to say, if we've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and I've neglected to do the last 3 callouts, so allow me to put extra emphasis on, hey, if you've enjoyed the show, if you're having a good time, if you feel like you've learned something, or, I don't know, feel kind of like that battlefield camaraderie with me, and just want me to stay alive because of the trauma we've lived through, consider throwing some subs, making some donos, because all of that helps me to pay my rent and my food bill and my medical bills and stuff. So if you like me being alive, consider throwing a few subs or donos, because also, it's almost the end of the month. By the way, there are dozens more hours of that. Oh, we will be, you will not be able to get me to watch them back to back, but you know what? We'll have like sub goals every week. We'll have sub goals. I feel like that was fun for you guys. Have you seen succulent meal video? I don't know what that means. Get jag-zooted? Look, if I get zooted, you guys gotta have my back. Now watch Jack do Jubilee anyway. I mean, I did tell you I would. We gotta have the Jack back. A meal? A succulent Chinese meal? This is democracy made manifest. Okay, I have seen that. Your word is your bond, James Bond. Well, as long as you're all sleepy and more prone to ramshackle, flim-flamming decision-making, consider throwing some subs or donos my way so that I don't die. And if you're over on Twitch or over on YouTube, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. You can be in the on-screen chat. The subs you donate over there, I get to keep 100% of, which is real nice. Kamikaze411, thank you for using your Prime over on twitch.tv. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Because I literally can't live without the support of people like you. Oh, Winby, you missed it. I covered the I covered the spirit science guy. They finally hit the prerequisite. I'm like ready to sleep, but I have no money. I mean, that's okay. I'm sleepy. No? No what? You missed it. No! Boiled peanuts. It was so good. Yeah, you guys conflated the Martians and the Space Hebrews on that one. You guys told me that the Space Hebrews were Space Hebrews from Mars, but that didn't seem to be the case. Hello, TS Ghost Girl. How are you? We literally did not. Will it be a saggy? Turns out there's spiders all along. All right. Hey, let's learn about electric batteries and how maybe automobile electric batteries can be repurposed.
This video is brought to you by Bouge RV. It's been nice to see the growing popularity of electric vehicles these last few years, but EVs need batteries, and batteries don't last forever. In fact, the first generation of EV batteries are already dying, and there's an absolute dead battery typhoon coming. Lithium battery recycling is improving, but it's still far from where we need it to be, at least throughput-wise. Luckily, there's another option that's pretty simple. Just take those used batteries and repurpose them for less demanding, large-scale energy storage. That's exactly what's happening at a recently opened 25 megawatt-hour grid-scale energy storage system in California. But if these batteries are dead, how are they able to bring new life to renewable energy storage? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. If you can get quality grid-scale energy storage from just daisy-chaining a bunch of car batteries together, then why aren't they everywhere? And why would someone string 1,300 dead car batteries together in the first place? Well, the reason might surprise you, but this weird solution will make sense in just a minute. California is famously sunny and warm, and to beat the heat, many Californians rely on air conditioning. As you might expect, this leads to a significant power draw during the day, which isn't a huge problem, as that's when renewables are generally most productive. But the draw actually climbs even higher at night when people return to their homes, which is unfortunately right when renewables like solar start to fall off. So how does the most populous US state handle these massive energy swings? Well, right now, the answer is peaker plants, whose purpose, as you can probably guess from their name, is to supply not quite emergency power during these peak times. So great, problem solved, right? Not quite, because peaker plants get their power from natural gas. To be clear, natural gas isn't as bad as oil or coal, but it's still a fossil fuel that gets burned.
A meal? A succulent Chinese meal? This is Democracy Manifest.
Yay! Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! That clip is amazing. I love it so much. Also, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, okay? If you've never seen the Democracy Made Manifest, all right? Here we go. It's just so good.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
American Express investigator followed a man he thought was one of Queensland's most wanted to a Valley restaurant. Minutes later, police had the business surrounded, then sent in a delegation.
We're under arrest. Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Democracy Manifest.
And he didn't appreciate the way he was handled.
See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis!
It took 6 officers to restrain him, whose major concern was the meal he'd left behind.
What is the charge? Eating a meal?
A succulent Chinese meal?
Eventually, they had him in custody.
I want a succulent Chinese meal.
It's all to do with stolen credit cards.
I understand that he has played small parts in numerous amateur theatre groups. He seems to be just a prolific false pretender.
But only hours after his arrest, the watch house granted him bail, leaving the police red-faced and empty-handed.
We are sincerely sorry that he obtained bail, but under this situation he was allowed to have bail.
Edwards is also wanted for questioning in New South Wales over several forgery matters.
Man. This is Democracy Made Manifest, guys. Just so nice. I like him. Always great.
And puts carbon into the atmosphere. And to quote California Energy Commission Chair Dan Hochschild, peaker power plants are the most expensive, least efficient, and most polluting part of our fleet. So obviously it would be great if we could switch to renewables, but that brings us to the next problem, and one that viewers of my channel will be very familiar with, and that's effective energy storage. It's why I'm obsessed with this topic. Luckily, electric vehicles are helping with decarbonization just in their own way. They've been with us for years now and are becoming increasingly affordable and popular. For perspective, back in 2012, just 120,000 electric cars were sold worldwide. In 2021, more than that are sold each week. Unfortunately, all these cars are powered by batteries that will need to be replaced eventually. So what the heck are we going to do with all those batteries? Well, reduce, reuse, recycle, right? We don't want to see a reduction in electric cars and their batteries for plenty of reasons, so let's not reduce there. Lithium battery recycling has made some great strides recently with groups like Redwood Materials, Recyclico, and Li-Cycle working hard to make the process easier and more efficient. But the coming flood of used batteries, or battery flood, which is coincidentally the name of my new metal band, is a challenge too big for recycling to handle alone. That leaves us with the reuse. But how can we reuse dead car batteries? And this brings us back to BTU storage solutions and their seemingly super simple answer to all these issues. They've taken approximately 1,300 used Nissan and Honda batteries and strung them together to form the SEPV Sierra Hybrid Solar Storage Facility. Based in Lancaster, California, this 25 megawatt hour facility is likely the largest fully operational Second Life battery storage facility on the planet. But if these old EV batteries are dead, how does this even work? Has BTU discovered some sort of battery necromancy? Actually, Battery Necromancy is the name of my new metal band. Nope, it's way simpler than that. Before we get into this interesting approach to battery storage, there's another bit of tech that you can use to pair with battery storage for yourself today, and that's from today's sponsor, Bouge RV.
Nope.
I've talked about portable and modular. You can tie it like a boat deck or down below, but suffice to say, lithium-ion batteries remain the gold standard in consumer goods, especially in EVs, and that's for very good reasons. This includes their solid capacity and longevity, their good energy to weight ratio, power density, swift charge and discharge times, affordability, reliability, you get the idea. But life for a lithium-ion battery in an EV is pretty demanding. And once a battery starts to go, usually when it's only around 70 to 80% of its original capacity, it can no longer live up to those standards and needs to be replaced. But hey, a battery's life doesn't end around 80%, there's still plenty of good times left in its golden years, just maybe not inside a brand new Tesla. Stationary intermittent renewable storage is actually a great home for aging batteries, because in this application they're allowed to charge and release energy more slowly, and the cycling needs and other demands are generally less intense than in a high-performance vehicle. But their efficiency, reliability, and safety are still appreciated. This is backed up by a 2019 McKinsey sustainability report, which found that even after 10 years, an EV battery can be reused in markets that need stationary energy storage with less frequent cycling. Again, back to BTU, who saw this coming battery apocalypse. Okay, no, that's the name of my metal band. Anyway, BTU put 2 and 2 together and voila, turned these mountains of EV batteries into grid-scale storage facilities. So I know I said the solution was simple, but it's not quite as easy as hooking up a bunch of old car batteries to some solar panels in the desert. There's some unresolved challenges to this, which we'll get into in a minute, but more challenges have been solved than not. One such challenge is the batteries themselves. With 1,300 batteries, all of them different ages, from different makes and models of car, in different states of degradation, there's a lot of variables that you have to manage, especially since we have literal tons of batteries working in sequence, and we don't want the older or weaker ones to slow down the system. There's also some safety concerns. Lithium batteries are notoriously, if actually very rarely, susceptible to overheating, leading to dramatic cases of thermal runaway. Now, stacking a bunch of these batteries together in parallel strings in an especially warm and sunny state might sound like a disaster waiting to happen. Now, it's here that BTU's biggest innovation comes into the picture. Their software, in tandem with their cabinet controllers, monitors all those battery variables during charge and discharge cycles. It can connect and disconnect the batteries as needed, allowing the older batteries to take a break before they drag down the performance of their buddies. BTU CEO Freeman Hall claims that this approach enables our system to achieve efficient energy yield despite the variance in capacity inherent in second life batteries. On the safety front, BTU's EPS cabinet controllers monitor the health of the individual batteries and flag situations where there are potential problems that can affect future performance. The operators can also set strict safety parameters, and if the battery deviates from these guardrails, the pack is automatically disconnected, allowing it to cool down and to be dealt with rather than risking any kind of disaster. Now this brings us to another innovation from BTU. Lithium car batteries are usually made up of thousands of roughly AA sized batteries, literally glued together. There are close to 7,000 of them for a Tesla. Part of the reason it can be challenging to recycle or repurpose these batteries is because you normally have to break apart a pack to get to the individual cells. But that's not the case for the Sierra facility. Their cabinets are designed to accept packs as they are, instead of having to jailbreak each individual cell, which saves them time and money, and allows replacement batteries to easily be tagged in when their time comes. Combined with their cabinet controllers and software designed to translate commands across different battery makes, it means they've made the process of reusing batteries and grid-scale storage much cheaper, an estimated 40% cheaper. Hall claims it costs less than $200 per kilowatt hour to install, which is well below the norm for lithium-ion battery storage plants. For context, a National Renewable Energy Lab study put the cost for a similar facility in 2023 at around $283 per kilowatt hour. And they didn't project costs to dip below that $200 per kilowatt hour until 2030. And speaking of money, the EPS controller doesn't just monitor the batteries, it monitors the market for the best deals too. By taking advantage of both predictable daily price shifts and unexpected price hikes, it automates bids and sends them directly to the California grid. Tesla has similar functionality with their Megapack installations. Essentially, it collects energy when the sun is shining, and collecting that power is cheap. And then when people get home at night, it sells the energy to the grid when it's the most desired and valuable. It's a sort of buy low, sell high arbitrage strategy that has generated over $1 million in revenue for BTU in 2022. The fact they've already proven themselves financially successful probably makes them even more appealing to investors and lawmakers, which hopefully means more plants like this in the future. The SCPV plant has already proven that it's an affordable, reliable, and effective grid-scale storage solution for solar energy. It offers a home for older batteries and seems ready and able to start replacing those gas-burning peaker plants. That all sounds incredible, so what's the catch? There's always a catch, and yes, we alluded to it earlier, some challenges do remain. BTU is mostly working with Nissan and Honda, so their system is largely designed around dimensions and shapes that work with those. If the batteries deviate from the standard shape, it might diminish some of the benefits of BTU's plug-and-play system. Although at least on the software...
Yeah, like, Sentient Waffle, I like a lot of Matt Farrell's videos. I don't like the fact that, like, this feels like a lot of these tech feel like things that need to be like fully funded like yesterday, you know? Like, I wish it wasn't just like, well, this seems like a good idea, let's just cross our fingers and hope it manages to succeed financially, otherwise that good idea is just gonna get buried, I guess. Hey, Kyryu.
Software side, tests of the Chevy Bolt and the Tesla Model 3 show that the EPS system can communicate with just about any EV battery model. Ironically, the biggest issue is that the system is small. 25 megawatt hours of storage is a great start, but for context, peaker plants like the Hannaford and Henrietta plants have 95 megawatt capacities each, and I know that's megawatts, not megawatt hours, but you can kind of see the scale there. If that battery plant was running at 100 megawatts, it would last for 15 minutes. We're going to need a lot more and bigger SEPV storage facilities and accompanying renewable power plants if we want to dump those polluting peaker plants. But all in all, these are some pretty minor hurdles to jump. Ultimately, BTU's Sierra SEPV facility shows that we don't have to wait for the next big battery paradigm shift to up our renewable energy storage game. The technology is already here. It's safe, it works well, and it's relatively inexpensive. As EVs become more popular and age, there's going to be no shortage of supplies. Plus, it's not like the sun is going anywhere for another 5 billion years either. Speaking of which, BTU's setup isn't limited to solar storage. There's a lot of wind power in California, Texas, and other states that could really benefit from a solution just like this. Hopefully we'll see more plants like this sooner rather than later. So what do you think? Jump in the comments and let me know.
I don't know, like, knowing that this technology exists just kind of helps me to feel a little bit better about the world. You know, like, we're trying new things all the time. And I know that this show in particular frames it through capitalism, but, like, it's nice that it just... You know, it's nice to look at stuff and be like, oh, yeah, maybe there is some hope, you know?
No. Be sure to check out my follow-up podcast, Still to be Determined. We'll be discussing some of your feedback. And thanks to all my patrons who get ad-free versions of every video. And thanks to all of you for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay. Well, chat, we have been streaming for 5 hours now. If you would like to throw some subs or donos my way, I'd very much appreciate them. And, maybe we'll do, like, a Gordo stream tomorrow? Or when I get up today, you know, maybe we'll stream some Gordos. Would you like that? Would you like that, chat? Would you like that, chat? Gordo stream? Would you like Gordo, end of month Gordo stream? Alright, I think that's a lukewarm yes. Maybe. I'll float the idea again tomorrow, see what response I get. Now, folks, if you haven't yet, consider hitting the like button on the YouTube stream and consider hitting the subscribe button so you can subscribe to the YouTube and get notifications about the stream or new video uploads. And if you're watching over on Twitch, please consider hitting the follow button. We are 7 follows away from getting to a nice round number, and I would like it a lot. So please like the stream, even if you're not enjoying the content. Let's go! And, yeah. Don't make donos and subs, because I would like to live, please. All right. Well, we're going to raid out now. On that note, that very eloquent note, You know, we'll go raid our main man's Shark 300 over here. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I know I very much enjoyed learning about this crazy alternate history. You all go behave, be good little frogs, and I'll see you later today. Good night, everybody. Get good sleep.